Welcome back, brothers, to Ammo Lore. Tonight, we're diving into the lore of the 500 worlds. As always, before we get to madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get to the video.
The hololithic firmament filled the strategium of the righteous fury, from deck to vaulted ceiling, a captive galaxy rendered in cold blue fire. Captain Demetrian Titus stood within it, as though wading through stars. Macragge burned brightest at the center of the projection, crowned by the sigil of the Ultramarines, while Calth, Espandor, Conor, and scores of lesser systems gleamed around it in ordered constellations. Beyond them, the map became uglier. Imperial blue gave way to amber uncertainty, crimson invasion vectors, dead grey systems from which no trustworthy astropathic transmission had been received, and the black glyphs of worlds whose status could not be determined at all. The Strategium's servitors whispered binary catechisms from their alcoves as cogitator banks endlessly recalculated supply corridors, fleet endurance, reinforcement schedules, and probabilities of revolt. Titus watched another world change, from contested amber to imperial blue. The Strategium officers offered no cheer. The new rune generated 3 further warnings before its color had settled. One convoy route required protection. 2 neighboring systems were now exposed. A planetary governor, whose oath of submission had been accepted 3 days earlier, was already disputing the level of men and materiel Macragge expected him to provide. Victory had enlarged the frontier. That, Titus understood, was the cruelty at the heart of the reclamation. Every world recovered became another world that could be lost. He folded his arms across the breastplate of his armor and watched the calculations multiply. His captain's panoply had been repaired since the last campaign, but no artificer had succeeded in erasing every scar. Titus preferred it that way. Armor that had known war should not pretend otherwise. Behind him, mortal Strategium adepts moved between lecterns with wax tablets. "Display the ancient extent," Titus ordered. The attending Lex mechanic bowed his shaven head. Mechadendrites clicked against his breastplate as he worked the controls. One by one, the modern borders faded, and something much greater emerged beneath them. The stars multiplied until the chamber seemed to deepen around Titus. Hundreds of worlds flared into view. Some lay within territories no longer administered from Macragge. Others belonged to systems broken by war, rebellion, stellar catastrophe, or the slow administrative decay of 10,000 years. The old name endured in records and ritual, the 500 worlds. It had never been as simple as the number implied. There had been more. At its height, the realm assembled by Robert Guilliman had exceeded that convenient title, spreading across an immense and unusually ordered portion of the Eastern Imperium. 500 was memory compressed into legend, a figure large enough to suggest grandeur and simple enough for later ages to repeat. Titus regarded the lights and wondered how many armies had died defending borders that a modern cartograph treated as historical notation. His eyes rested on Macragge, and the past seemed to rise through the blue fire. Long before the Great Rift tore the Imperium in two, before Hive Fleet Behemoth broke itself against Macragge, before the traitor legions became things invoked in curses and catechisms, Ultramar had been a promise made real through conquest. Robout Guilliman did not understand conquest, as lesser warlords did. To seize a capital and raise the Imperial Aquila over its palace was merely the beginning. A world brought to compliance, but left starving, administratively crippled, or militarily helpless, was not a victory. It was a future rebellion, waiting for an auspicious hour. Guilliman had learned that lesson before the Emperor found him. Once command of the 13th Legion became his, he made it doctrine on a scale entire sectors would come to envy. On the conquered world of Thoas Minor, the killing had ended at dawn. By noon, survey teams were already moving through the capital. Legionaries still stood guard over heaps of enemy dead, while scribes entered government vaults and began copying population rolls. Mortal engineers inspected bridges cratered by orbital bombardment. Apothecaries moved among the ultramarines wounded. Army quartermasters counted captured fuel cells and ammunition stocks. The Defenders' command citadel still smoked, its upper levels open to the sky by a precision strike that had peeled meters of ferrocrete apart and thrown fragments across. Half the administrative district. Bodies hung from shattered windows. One rebel officer had been cut in half at the waist by bolter fire and remained draped across a stairway. Entrails stretched over the steps below him like red cabling. Servitors walked around the corpse without acknowledgement, carrying cases of census equipment into the building. Before the blood had dried, Guilliman had demanded figures for agricultural yield, potable water, orbital capacity, manufacturum output, usable roads, and the disposition of the surviving population. A mortal commander, still powdered with grey ash from the battle, stared at the flood of requests with exhausted disbelief. "My lord," he said, "the city has only just surrendered." Guilliman looked down upon the man. The Primarch wore battle plate marked by impacts that would have killed a lesser warrior. A score of tactical projections revolved above the strategium table between them. "Then this is precisely when order must begin," he replied. There was no triumph in his tone. "If we wait until disorder becomes custom, we will spend more lives correcting it than we spent taking the world. Establish food distribution before nightfall. Restore the eastern water stations first. The western lines suffered contamination during the bombardment. Place military engineers under the civil prefect until local infrastructure is stable. The prefect is dead, Lord. Then appoint another." That was Guilliman's terror to those who mistook war for spectacle. He could break an army with the 13th Legion, but destruction was only one component of his campaigns. Behind the descending gunships came logisticians. Behind the tanks came engineers. Behind the legionaries came administrators carrying ledgers. Guilliman's victories did not end when the enemy stopped firing. They continued until roads carried supplies, governors understood their obligations, taxation could be measured, defenses could be maintained, and the conquered population became useful to the wider Imperium. Where other conquerors left monuments to themselves, Guilliman left functioning ports. Macraga was the heart of that design, but never its entirety. From its fortress halls and orbital stations flowed orders touching worlds most of its citizens would never see. Armories sealed bolt shells into ammunition crates by the million. Legion training grounds shook beneath the tread of armored vehicles and the synchronized footfalls of warriors drilling in tactical formations. Mortal regiments conducted maneuvers beside Astartes, whose height and speed made trained human soldiers appear painfully fragile. In administrative chambers removed from the noise of gunfire, clerks calculated how much grain one cluster of agri-worlds could divert without inducing famine, how many replacement reactor coils a forge complex could manufacture before exhausting rare alloys, and how many troop ships a fleet anchorage could service before maintenance schedules began to degrade. The distinctions between agriculture, commerce, governance, and war were less meaningful under Guilliman than they appeared elsewhere. Grain fed soldiers, ships carried grain, manufactoria armed ships, roads fed manufactoria, population determined taxation, recruitment, and industrial capacity. Everything touched everything else. The realm became too vast for any one mind to govern directly, even one fashioned by the Emperor. Guilliman therefore divided responsibility without surrendering authority. The ancient office of Tetrarch emerged from necessity. Trusted commanders were given immense territories to administer and defend in his name, each responsible for worlds, systems, military assets, and the flow of resources through his assigned region. They were not kings. Guilliman had little patience for petty kings. Their authority existed because it served the whole, and it ended where his greater design required it to end. Reports traveled inward, orders traveled outward. Each region could act when communication with Macraga became slow, yet each was expected to act according to principles understood across Ultramar. A commander should not require the Primarch's voice in his ear before recognizing that an exposed supply route needed fortification. That principle was tested repeatedly during the Great Crusade. On Belisar's Reach, resistance centered upon a fortified continental ridge whose defenders had spent generations preparing for invasion. Their artillery was buried beneath armored cupolas. Missile silos had been cut into basalt. Interlocking trench networks ran for hundreds of kilometers, fed by underground rail lines and protected by minefields thick enough to turn ordinary infantry assault into industrial suicide. The planetary rulers believed no army could cross the ridge without losing millions. The Ultramarines did not attempt to cross it. Reconnaissance craft spent days mapping emissions. Legion scouts identified command bunkers, artillery control relays, munition storage, and the concealed rail junctions that supplied the defensive line. In orbit, warships moved into positions from which no transport could escape the continent without entering Imperial fire. Then, the assault began. The first bombardment did not target the trenches. It struck communication arrays and rail intersections. The second wave cratered roads behind the ridge. Only after the defenders had begun rerouting reserves did the 13th Legion descend. Armored spearheads struck the southern approaches under a sky blackened by gunship contrails. Predators and heavier engines rolled through sheets of dust, while enemy artillery hammered the plain. One shell struck an advancing transport directly and tore it apart. Ceramite plates spun into the air. A legionary emerged from the wreck, with one arm hanging by strips of muscle beneath shattered plate, took 3 more steps and was decapitated by another blast. His helm cartwheeled across the mud while the formation continued around his corpse. Tactical casualty markers appeared on the command hololith as bloodless amber sigils. "Losses remain within projection," an officer reported. The words were clinically accurate. Outside the command shelter, men were dying hard enough to paint the earth. When the armored spearhead reached the first defensive belt, bolter fire became continuous thunder. Mass reactive shells detonated inside bodies and filled trench bays with broken armor, steaming organs and fragments of bone. Legionaries vaulted parapets that mortal soldiers would have required ladders to climb. Chainswords bit into defenders at such close quarters that blood sprayed across blue plate in sheets. One rebel infantryman fired his rifle point blank into an ultramarine's chest and watched the shot scar the ceramite before the legionary seized him by the throat, lifted him clear of the ground, and drove him face first into the trench wall. The man's skull burst against ferrocrete. A land raider ground over the position moments later, its tracks crushing corpses into the mud until uniforms, flesh and soil became indistinguishable beneath its weight. The defenders committed their reserve sooner than expected. On the command display, a dense block of hostile armor appeared north of the principal breach. The original assault timetable called for artillery to continue suppressing the central ridge for another quarter hour. A lesser commander might have obeyed the schedule because the schedule had been approved. The ultramarine overseeing the attack studied the new contacts for only seconds. "Advance fire plan Aurelius by 9 minutes, he ordered. "Redirect the western gunships. Have the southern armor cease exploitation and turn northeast." An artillery officer glanced toward him. "That exposes the breach. For 6 minutes. If their infantry counterattacks, they will not. Their armor has moved without them." The decision propagated across the battlefield. Guns altered elevation. Basilisk batteries far behind the front began firing new coordinates before the enemy reserve had completed its advance. Gunships swept across the ridge and struck command vehicles. The southern spearhead changed direction instead of pushing deeper into prepared defenses. What the enemy believed was a counterattack became an exposed flank. Tanks burned in lines. Crews climbed from hatches with uniforms aflame and were cut down by bolter fire as they ran. By dusk, the supposedly impregnable ridge had been isolated rather than conquered. Its surviving defenders discovered that the roads behind them were gone. Their ammunition depots were burning, and ultramarine forces controlled the country on both sides. Guilliman reviewed the result without praise. "Why did you alter the timetable?" he asked the commander responsible. "The enemy altered the battle, my lord." "And if you had maintained the original plan?" "We would have executed an excellent assault against a battlefield that no longer existed." Guilliman's expression changed by less than a mortal man might notice. "Correct. That lesson traveled farther than the warriors who first heard it. Doctrine was not a cage. It was accumulated understanding, a weapon sharpened by experience. To worship a plan after circumstances invalidated, it was not discipline. It was cowardice disguised as obedience. 10,000 years later, Titus would act upon the same truth without knowing which forgotten battlefield had first proved it. Ultramar expanded, because victories like Belisar's Reach did not remain isolated triumphs. One conquered system altered production on another. An order issued on MacGregor might increase shell manufacture on a forge world, which demanded greater promethium shipments from a neighboring refinery moon, which required additional convoy escorts, which in turn redirected recruitment on 3 naval stations. Troop transports moved through established corridors under the protection of patrol fleets. Merchant vessels carried machinery outward and grain inward. Agri-worlds fed hive populations they would never see. Shipyards produced hulls whose crews were born dozens of light years away. When rebellion flared, armies did not simply appear by miracle. A network awakened. The scale bred confidence. It was difficult not to believe in permanence when so much functioned. Worlds that elsewhere in the Imperium might have been ruled by hereditary lunatics, possessed schools for administrators, maintained roads, and submitted military levies according to schedules calculated generations earlier. Defense forces exercised against invasion plans. Stockpiles were rotated rather than forgotten. Fleet anchorages recorded maintenance instead of trusting prayer alone. Guilliman understood that no system was perfect, but he believed failure could be anticipated, measured, and corrected. Even catastrophe could be limited if enough contingencies existed. Then came the orders for Calth. The muster was immense, even by the standards of the Great Crusade. The Ultramarines were to assemble in strength alongside the word-bearers, the long bitterness between the two legions supposedly subordinated to the Emperor's greater purpose. Ships converged upon Calth until orbital lanes became crowded with warships, troop carriers, tenders, and supply craft. On the surface, army formations prepared for embarkation. Servitors loaded ammunition according to immaculate manifests. Fuel lines fed waiting transports. Legionaries checked weapons they expected to carry into a distant campaign, not use upon the soil beneath their feet. Calth lay beneath a peaceful sky. Ultramarine vessels held station in ordered formations, while word-bearers' ships occupied positions allotted to allies. No alarm sounded. No defensive batteries tracked friendly hulls. No captain had reason to believe the fleet beside him had already chosen murder. In the strategium of one ultramarine warship, an officer noticed a word-bearer's vessel alter its course. The change was almost insignificant. "Confirm their vector," he said. A servitor whispered coordinates. The officer frowned. "They are outside assigned station." Another update appeared. The vessel was accelerating. The officer's hand moved toward the command throne's Vox controls as the distance between the two ships began to collapse. By the time anyone understood that the maneuver was not an error, there was no longer enough time to stop it. The Campanile ceased to be a merchant vessel when its drives reached full burn. Until that instant, it had been one more obedient mass among the thousands of ships crowding Calth's orbital approaches, a commercial bulk carrier moving through lanes calculated by logisticians, its identity accepted by the traffic nexus, and its vector too mundane to deserve suspicion. Then its engines howled beyond every tolerance written into their machine spirits, and the enormous vessel accelerated towards the Ultramarines' fleet yards. Warning runes appeared across command stations almost simultaneously, but comprehension came slower than data. An officer aboard an orbital platform demanded the Campanile correct course. A second transmission ordered it to cut thrust. A third invoked emergency collision protocols. None received an answer. Defense batteries slewed towards the approaching ship, but permissions conflicted because the target remained categorized as friendly traffic. By the time human judgment overruled the system, the bulk carrier had become a projectile weighing millions of tons. It struck the orbital infrastructure with force no armor had been designed to endure. Metal ceased behaving like metal. Shipyard structures kilometers long folded, tore and spun apart. Docked vessels were sheared through amid incandescent clouds of fuel and atmosphere. Men vanished without even the mercy of knowing they had been attacked. The collision hurled wreckage through neighboring formations, and within heartbeats, the ordered muster of the 13th Legion became a storm of shattered hulls, tumbling armor plates, and burning bodies rotating soundlessly through the void. Then, the word-bearers opened fire. The geometry of Alliance became an execution ground. Ships of the 17th Legion already occupied positions from which their broadsides faced unshielded Ultramarines' hulls at murderous range. Lance batteries discharged incoherent spears of light that punched through armor, decks, and human beings without distinction. Macro-cannon shells crossed the short distances between the fleets and struck with the violence of city-killing weapons. One Ultramarines cruiser lost its entire prow in the first salvo. The forward decks simply ceased to exist, leaving twisted compartments open to space, while atmosphere erupted outward, carrying ratings, ammunition crates, broken servitors, and portions of men still strapped into their stations. Another vessel attempted to raise void shields, only for corrupted command systems to reject the order. Scrap code infested cogitators, Auspex displays filled with contradictory returns, Vox channels screamed with machine noise, and weapons servitors turned their guns towards targets their masters had never designated. The word-bearers had not begun a battle. They had prepared a murder and waited for the Ultramarines to stand precisely where the blade would fall. Robert Guilliman understood betrayal before many of his sons permitted themselves to name it. The first reports were incomplete, mutually contradictory, and drenched in disbelief. Friendly ships had fired. The orbital network was compromised. Surface batteries were receiving false commands. Communications with whole fleet elements had vanished. The Primarch listened while officers around him tried to assemble certainty from catastrophe, and the anger that entered him was so profound that it became cold. He did not ask why Lorgar had done this. Motive could wait. Dead men could not. Fleet dispositions, Guilliman demanded. An officer began explaining what should have been in orbit, and Guilliman cut him off. Not the muster plan. What remains now? The answer was hesitant. Too much telemetry had been corrupted. Then assume the network is hostile. Break reliance on central control. Authenticate by independent cipher where possible. Every surviving captain is authorized to engage word-bearers' vessels without further confirmation. Establish local command webs. Preserve ships capable of maneuver. Abandon those that cannot be saved. Someone tried to tell him that thousands remained aboard crippled hulls. Guilliman's jaw tightened. I know. If we lose the ships that can still fight, they die with everyone else. Aboard the damaged battleship Helicon's Measure, the decision had already been made by men who would never hear the Primarch's order. A macro-cannon impact had buckled 3 internal decks and thrown the vessel into a slow roll. Artificial gravity failed in one section and doubled in another. Naval ratings crawled through smoke, with blood streaming from their noses, while damage control parties fought fires hot enough to soften bulkhead metal. A ruptured plasma conduit turned a passageway into a furnace and cooked 20 crewmen inside their void suits before an officer sealed the compartment. Their fists hammered against the transparent inspection plate for several seconds, blackening as the flesh beneath their gloves burned, and then stopped. Farther aft, decompression struck without warning. Men were sucked through a rent scarcely wider than a doorway, bodies colliding in the opening until bones snapped and organs burst beneath the pressure of those behind them. The blockage held for 3 seconds. Then the dead were pulled through piece by piece. A surviving rating watched his brother's severed arm vanish into the stars and returned to cranking shut an emergency pressure door because there was nothing else left to do. Across the fleet, thousands of such wars were being fought within the greater one. Man against vacuum, flesh against flame, obedience against panic. Calth itself received the betrayal seconds later. Muster fields that had been designed to assemble armies efficiently became ideal targets precisely because they had been designed so well. Cohorts stood grouped around embarkation points. Armored formations waited in ordered parks. Munition stores had been concentrated beside transport hubs. Legion companies prepared for deployment with weapons secured and vehicles undergoing final inspection. The first orbital strikes fell among them like the judgment of an insane god. A loading field disappeared beneath white light and rose again as an expanding hemisphere of pulverized stone, metal, and men. Thunderhawks waiting on a neighboring apron were lifted and hurled into one another. Astartes in power armor were thrown across the ground like discarded toys. Mortal auxilia vanished beneath collapsing ferrocrete, their bodies crushed so completely that rescue crews later found only dark liquid leaking from beneath slabs, weighing hundreds of tons. Men who had survived the opening bombardment stared upward at trails of burning wreckage descending through the atmosphere. Some were ships, some were pieces of ships, some were large enough to erase districts when they struck. The word-bearers came among the destruction already prepared for what it meant. Their armor bore scripture and ritual markings that had no place in the imperial truth. Their officers spoke words that were not tactical commands, and their legionaries answered with chants. Symbols had been carved into flesh and ceramite. Captives were dragged towards circles painted in blood, while battles still raged around them. An ultramarine centurion reached one such site, expecting to find a command post, and instead discovered dismembered auxilia arranged around an 8-pointed figure cut into the pavement. Their intestines had been stretched between iron spikes, steaming in the heat from nearby fires. At the center stood a word-bearer's legionary, with his bare hands submerged in the open chest of a still-living man. He was speaking in a language the centurion's helm could not translate. The ultramarine shot him through the face. The word-bearer's skull burst inside his helmet, yet the chant did not cease. It continued through the vox, through the ground, and impossibly through the teeth of every warrior standing nearby. "Mark the phenomenon and withdraw 20 meters," the centurion ordered. One of his sergeants stared at him. "Withdraw from a dead traitor." The centurion's bolter remained aimed at the corpse. Shadows were moving around it, although nothing remained upright to cast them. "I said 20 meters. Now." The order saved half the squad. Something opened where the dead word-bearer lay. It was not a hatch, not an explosion, and not any phenomenon the ultramarines had language to classify. Reality folded inward. The warriors closest to it were pulled from their feet. One disappeared whole. Another was caught halfway, his lower body vanishing while his torso struck the ground behind him. He screamed once, staring down at the place where his legs and pelvis should have been, and then blood flooded his throat. The centurion watched things with too many limbs move behind the tear in the air and understood with revulsion that the enemy's superstition had become a weapon. "New report," he said into the vox. "Previous threat classification invalid. Do not approach ritual sites without heavy support." Across Calth, the 13th Legion began learning the same lesson at the cost of lives. Central communications were unreliable, so commanders stopped demanding complete information. Surviving companies gathered whatever units they could reach. A tank platoon that had lost its captain
attached itself to Legion infantry from another formation. Solar Auxilia survivors formed firing lines inside ruined transit stations. Mechanicum Automata continued fighting after their controlling Magos was decapitated, following the final commands burned into their cortexes. Orders contracted to what could still be accomplished: seize the Vox Tower, clear the junction, destroy the enemy artillery position, hold the bridge, find another unit, and link with it. The Grand Muster dissolved into 1,000 separate battles, and because the Ultramarines had been taught to
understand intent, rather than merely repeat orders, those fragments began moving towards one another. Captain Remus Ventanus gathered survivors around him beneath skies streaked with descending wreckage. His force contained legionaries who had belonged to formations now effectively erased, mortal troops blackened by fire, wounded men who refused evacuation because no evacuation point remained, and armor crews who had dragged functioning weapons from wrecked vehicles. Ventanus looked at what remained and did not mourn what was missing. There would be time for that, if they lived. "We require communications," he told his officers. "Without them, we remain isolated formations, waiting to be destroyed in sequence. Secure the network nodes. Kill anything bearing the colors of the 17th. If a unit cannot reach us, give it an objective it can reach. We rebuild the battle from the ground upward." An auxiliary major, whose face was covered in another man's blood, asked what strategic command expected them to hold. Ventanus glanced towards the burning horizon. "At present, Major, we are strategic command." In orbit, Guilliman was thrown physically into the war his sons were trying to reconstruct. The initial catastrophe had killed warriors who would have survived almost any conventional battlefield, and the Primarch endured forces that should have reduced even an Astartes to ruined meat. Vacuum, impact, and explosive decompression did not leave him untouched. They punished him. His armor was damaged, his body battered, blood freezing where it escaped him into the void, yet his physiology had been wrought for endurance beyond the human and beyond the transhuman. When he returned to the fight, the word-bearers confronting him learned that surviving a Primarch's wrath was not the same as successfully wounding one. Guilliman moved through them with none of the ceremony painted onto later Imperial icons. He killed at intimate distance. A traitor's breastplate collapsed beneath his fist, ribs and secondary organs crushed into one another. Another was hurled against a bulkhead hard enough to split his helm and splash the wall with fragments of skull. Guilliman seized a third warrior before the word-bearer could bring his weapon to bear and broke him with strength that made legionary plate shriek at the joints. His sons saw their father covered in blood, portions of his armor scorched and fractured, and for an instant some were more afraid of him than of the enemy. "Do not watch me," Guilliman told them. "Kill them." They obeyed. The war widened as its nature became clear. Reports from the surface spoke not merely of traitor Astartes, but of manifestations no rational military lexicon adequately contained. Men heard dead comrades calling over frequencies that had been silent for hours. Auspex contacts moved through solid walls. Shadows detached themselves from bodies. Word-bearers cut prisoners open before battle standards and spoke to things that answered from beyond sight. Guilliman had spent his life believing phenomena could be studied, categorized, and incorporated into a coherent understanding of the universe. He did not abandon that instinct now. He simply recognized that the category labeled impossible had become useless. If a ritual could kill men, then it belonged in tactical doctrine. If an entity could cross a wall without opening it, then fortification plans had to account for the fact. Denial was no more rational than superstition. The greatest wound came from the heavens. Calth's son, Viridia, had always given life to the ordered world beneath it. Now the system itself was turned into a weapon. Damage wrought through the orbital infrastructure and the treacherous manipulation of the system's immense energies transformed the surface environment into something increasingly lethal. Radiation climbed. Atmospheric conditions deteriorated. Warning systems that had survived the scrap code began screaming continuously. Civilians were ordered beneath the ground. Entire populations flowed towards subterranean shelters, transit networks, and arcologies, while the war continued above them. Families descended carrying what they could hold. Wounded soldiers were laid on freight platforms beside children and administratum records. Some shelter doors closed, while crowds were still outside, because the officers responsible knew that if they waited, everyone within would die as well. Hands struck armored doors from the other side, until radiation, fire, or traitor guns silenced them. Calth, one of Ultramar's great worlds, began becoming the poisoned underground realm future generations would inherit. The Ultramarines fought on because fighting was what remained between their people and extermination. Armor columns crossed burning cities beneath poisonous light. Legionaries hunted word-bearers through arcologies, where every stairwell contained bodies. Bolters hammered in enclosed spaces, until men without helmet protection bled from their ears. Power swords opened ceramite and flesh in the same stroke. Chainswords chewed into plate, caught on bone, and threw ropes of blood across walls covered in evacuation notices. The word-bearers did not retreat, as ordinary defeated soldiers retreated. Some died chanting. Some laughed while their organs spilled through rents in their armor. Some seemed delighted that Calth itself was dying. Their purpose had never been merely to win territory. They had come to spill blood on a scale large enough to wound reality and to cripple the legion their warmaster feared might otherwise reshape the entire war. Guilliman understood too late that his great strength had helped create the conditions of the massacre. The 13th Legion's organization had placed its forces exactly where they were expected to be. Its schedules had concentrated material precisely when the enemy intended to strike. Its assumption that allies would obey common military logic had allowed enemies who rejected that logic to weaponize trust itself. Yet the same legion survived because its discipline was deeper than schedules. Officers adapted. Sergeants became captains of whatever survivors gathered around them. Mortal commanders fought without waiting for Astartes' permission. Destroyer formations and weapons once regarded as distasteful acquired new necessity in the poisoned underworld. Guilliman did not conclude that doctrine had failed. He concluded that doctrine which could not change was already dead. Eventually, the immediate massacre became something recognizable as war, and war was a thing the Ultramarines knew how to fight. Word-bearers' strongholds were broken. Their formations were driven away from objectives they had expected to hold. Surviving Imperial forces linked together. Calth did not fall entirely into the traitor's hands. It merely died around the men who saved it. Its surface was poisoned, its cities shattered, its fleet mauled, its population forced beneath the earth, and its dead too numerous for any victory proclamation to make sense of them. Ventanus stood among ruins, for which men would one day name him savior, and the title would have seemed obscene had anyone spoken it then. Worse news followed. Long-range communication beyond Ultramar had become unreliable, then impossible. Astropathic choirs screamed themselves blind, trying to penetrate a storm that was not weather and not wholly of the material universe. The immaterium roiled around the realm. Routes that should have led outward became madness. Reports arrived from neighboring systems in fragments. Invasion, slaughter, cities burning, Legion colors where loyal forces should have stood. Guilliman watched the surviving data accumulate and understood that Calth had never been the entire blow. It was the knife driven first, because the assassin wanted the victim looking at the wound while the rest of the attack began. The Primarch stood before a damaged hololithic representation of Ultramar, while Calth burned beneath him. Several worlds flickered red. Others had gone dark. An officer waited for orders, and for several seconds, Guilliman said nothing. His anger had not diminished. It had simply become larger than rage could adequately contain. At last, he looked towards the spreading absences in the display. "Calth is not the war," he said. "It is the declaration." Beyond the system, hidden behind a growing tempest in the warp, Lorgar and Angron were already moving through Ultramar. The word-bearers had opened the first wound. The Shadow Crusade would make certain the realm bled from 100 more. Armatura had known for 7 days that Calth was burning, but no message had told its defenders when the enemy would come for them. The warning had arrived as fragments dragged screaming through the Empyrean by exhausted astropaths. Betrayal, fleet losses beyond calculation, the colors of the 17th Legion turned against the Imperium, and Calth's sun itself, becoming an executioner. After that came silence. Armatura did what a world raised beneath Guilliman's law had been trained to do when communication failed. Sirens sounded across its fortress cities. Administratum clerks descended into archive vaults and fed restricted census rolls, mobilization codes, and defense schemata into incinerators until furnaces glowed white. Ultramar auxiliar regiments converted ceremonial avenues into anti-armor corridors, tearing down triumphal statuary to provide fields of fire. Lehman Russ squadrons disappeared beneath camouflage netting and prefabricated revetments. Basilisk batteries dug into civic gardens, once designed for children and scholars. Engineers mined transit tunnels, bridges and plazas, marking every demolition circuit in duplicate because the first command post might not survive long enough to use them. Civilians descended into shelters with water, ration bricks, and whatever family relics they could carry. For 7 days, the defenders watched an empty sky and listened to rumors about Calth. On the 8th, the clouds opened and the World Eaters came through them. Their assault craft fell like pieces of a murdered moon. Retro thrusters ignited too late for anything resembling caution, slamming armored gunships and drop craft into landing zones amid explosions of pulverized masonry. Orbital fire preceded them by seconds. One defense bastion vanished beneath a lance strike so bright that men kilometers away saw their own bones through clenched eyelids. A municipal tower collapsed across an entrenched auxiliar company, burying hundreds beneath slabs of ferrocrete before the survivors even fired. Then the assault ramps struck the ground and the sons of Angron charged. The World Eaters did not advance as soldiers seeking the safest route towards an objective. They hunted the shortest route towards flesh. Chain axes screamed above their heads. Their white and blue armor was already stained from previous worlds, dried blood packed into joints and along the teeth of weapons whose motors howled as if sharing their master's madness. Heavy bolters opened from prepared positions and tore into the first ranks. Mass reactive shells burst within transhuman bodies, blasting arms away and opening torsos in crimson eruptions, yet the warriors behind simply ran across the dead. One World Eater lost the lower half of his face to an autocannon fragment and continued forward with his tongue hanging over the exposed cage of his jaw until a lascannon struck him through the chest and blew molten ceramite, organs and sections of spine across the avenue behind him. The defenders cheered for less than a heartbeat. There were dozens more coming. The word-bearers descended elsewhere. Their violence possessed a different patience. Where the World Eaters attacked strongpoints because strongpoints contained enemies, the 17th Legion selected shrines, government precincts, transit nexuses, and population shelters, according to calculations that had nothing to do with ordinary military value. Dark apostles walked behind the first assault waves, surrounded by warriors whose armor had become scripture written in bronze, parchment, and human skin. Captives were chained around standards. Symbols were carved into plazas while the battle still raged. At one hospital complex, the traitors slaughtered the wounded but left the operating theaters intact, arranging bodies according to geometries whose purpose no imperial officer understood. The differences between the legions made them more dangerous together. Angron's sons were a hammer that wanted only to descend. Lorgar's were hands positioning the victim upon an altar before the blow. Every city taken by the World Eaters supplied blood. Every death supplied the word-bearers with something they believed possessed meaning beyond death itself. Armatura's mortal defenders made the traitors pay for every kilometer, though no sane commander mistook courage for equality. An auxiliary colonel allowed an entire forward company to remain visible at the mouth of a boulevard because he knew the World Eaters would charge it. They did. Mines detonated beneath the first legionaries, blasting 2 into the air and removing the legs from a third. Hidden lascannons fired from upper hab levels. One beam bored through a World Eater's breastplate and emerged between his shoulder blades in a fountain of superheated blood. Then the survivors reached the company. The first chain axe stroke cut 3 men apart. A second World Eater drove through a firing position, seized a trooper by one ankle, and beat another man to death with him until both bodies came apart. Laser guns fired point blank against ceramite. Grenades exploded beneath armored feet. Men stabbed bayonets into damaged joints and died with their arms severed for trying. Nearly the entire company was killed, but it held the legionaries in the boulevard long enough for basilisk batteries 16 kilometers away to receive the coordinates. The artillery fell without concern for survivors. World Eaters and Auxilia disappeared together beneath columns of earth, shattered stone and torn flesh. When the bombardment ceased, armored reserves counterattacked through the smoke. The arithmetic was monstrous. Hundreds of human lives had purchased minutes and a handful of dead legionaries. The minutes allowed 3 civilian shelter trains to escape the district. For the colonel, that made the exchange acceptable. Robert Gilliman watched such equations unfold across Ultramar from a strategium that seemed to grow redder by the hour. Armatura, Nuceria, Percepton. Systems along the Shadow Crusade's path appeared as distress sigils, interrupted transmissions and regions from which no reliable data remained. Gilliman could not stand upon every wall. He could not personally break every traitor spearhead. Even a Primarch could occupy only one place at a time, and the distances between worlds were measured not in marching days, but in light years and perilous passages through a warp becoming increasingly hostile. Armatura requests fleet reinforcement, an officer said. Another voice answered immediately. So does Talasar's outer cordon. Convoy strength is insufficient for both. Gilliman studied the display. He knew the population estimates for each threatened world. He knew their military output, food production, ship capacity, and strategic approaches. He also knew that behind every neat figure were men who expected the realm he had built to protect them. Talasar receives the ships, he said. The first officer stiffened. And Armatura, Lord? Gilliman did not look away from the hololith. Armatura holds with what it has. The words condemned soldiers he would never meet. There was no cleaner order available. To divide the fleet would weaken both relief forces and risk losing both worlds. Command at the scale of Ultramar did not spare Gilliman from killing his own people. It merely placed enough distance between his voice and their deaths that lesser men might have pretended otherwise. On Armatura, the Ultramarines' counterattack began beneath artillery smoke, thick enough to turn noon into twilight. Legionaries advanced behind boarding shields, forming overlapping walls of ceramite as World Eaters emerged from the haze. Range 200 meters, a sergeant reported. Bolters steadied. Hold. The enemy came faster, armor-warning runes shining through smoke. 100. Axes rose. Men behind the Ultramarines could hear the World Eaters roaring now, not words so much as sounds forced through throats ruined by the butcher's nails. Hold. A shell burst among the defenders and threw an Ultramarine sideways with half his shoulder missing. No one broke formation. Fire! The first volley struck the charging line like an invisible wall. Bolt rounds cratered breastplates and detonated inside secondary hearts, lungs, and reinforced rib cages. World Eaters fell, and those behind ran over them. The Ultramarines fired again. At 20 meters, discipline ceased to be distance. Chain axes crashed against shields hard enough to throw sparks in sheets. One Ultramarine lost his arm above the elbow and killed his attacker with a bolt pistol held in the remaining hand. A World Eater drove an axe through a shield and the legionary behind it, wrenching the weapon free in a spray of blood and fragmented bone before a power sword opened him from collar to groin. Another was struck by 3 bolts that blew his abdomen outward, but his nails carried him forward long enough to bury his chain axe in a blue helm. The Ultramarines gave ground by meters, never by panic. Behind them, mortal gunners fired through deliberately opened gaps in the line. Discipline did not make the fighting clean. It made the slaughter useful. Elsewhere, usefulness became difficult to measure. Word-bearer ritual sites spread contamination through districts that had already been militarily secured. Vox operators heard orders spoken in the voices of officers confirmed dead. Auspec's returns showed heat signatures inside sealed walls and beneath floors with no access passages. Wounded auxilia insisted that figures stood behind their comrades, tall shadows with horned heads, visible only when looked at indirectly. An Ultramarines librarian entered one command bunker after 3 officers murdered one another over contradictory Vox instructions and found every display showing the same image: a red world turning beneath a black sun. He destroyed the cogitator banks, and the image remained on the blank glass. "The devices are dead," a centurion told him. "Then the machines are not the source," the librarian answered. Such statements would once have sounded like superstition. Now commanders entered them into tactical reports. Ritual chambers were marked as hostile positions, even when empty. Vox orders required repeated authentication. Units learned not to pursue enemies into chambers bearing certain sigils. What the Imperial Truth had declared impossible continued killing men, whether the Ultramarines believed in it or not. Lorgar understood that lesson better than any of his brothers. He did not look upon the Shadow Crusade as a sequence of conquered systems. Conquest was almost incidental. Worlds were notes in an immense liturgy. Deaths were syllables. Routes through Ultramar formed lines in a ritual written across interstellar distances. From the bridge of the Fidelitas Lex, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers studied reports that other generals would have considered casualty tallies and territorial gains, and he saw instead concordances. "Armatura bleeds," one of his sons told him. Lorgar's golden face remained almost serene. "It must," he replied. "Blood without purpose is waste. Purpose without sacrifice is merely ambition." The dark apostle beside him bowed. "And our brother?" At the mention of Angron, Lorgar's expression hardened with something more complicated than affection and more dangerous than pity. "He is dying. Every hour the nails take more of him. Horus would spend him as a weapon until nothing remains. I will not." Beyond the viewports, another city burned. Somewhere within it, sacrifices were being completed according to instructions Lorgar had given weeks earlier. He believed he was saving his brother. The cost of that salvation was being measured in worlds. Angron required no such meaning. His war was immediate. The butcher's nails had reduced existence to intervals between agony and violence, and battle was the only interval in which the pain became something approaching silence. Where he descended, strategy warped around him. World Eater's commanders could point their Primarch towards the strongest concentration of resistance, but once he entered combat, they no longer truly commanded him. They managed consequences. Armor formations followed the trail of wreckage he created. Infantry tried to keep pace with a demigod who could tear open tanks and smash legionaries aside as lesser men might break furniture. On Nuceria, where memory and hatred met, Lorgar's greater design reached its culmination. The Shadow Crusade's slaughter had never been random. Through massacre, ritual, and the power of the warp, Lorgar forced a transformation upon the brother he refused to watch die by degrees. Angron did not emerge healed. He emerged changed into something for which healing had ceased to possess meaning. The Red Angel rose as a creature of the Empyrean, his rage no longer constrained by mortal flesh. Lorgar had saved Angron from death by making death unable to release him. To Guilliman, none of that could be allowed to remain merely mystical.
If demons could manifest, then weapons had to be tested against them. If rituals required locations, materials, or victims, those dependencies could be attacked. If the enemy sought psychological collapse, command discipline became protection as real as armor. The Ultramarines began gathering the experience of every impossible encounter and turning it into procedure. Officers once censured for unconventional thought found their reports circulating through command echelons. Initiative became necessity. Guilliman saw in the survival of his realm something he had built correctly, long before treachery revealed the reason for it. Governors died, and their deputies assumed authority. Astropathic links failed, and local defense commanders continued following contingency plans.
Supply depots issued ammunition under standing protocols, even when Macraga had not spoken to them for months. A world could lose its capital and still mobilize its secondary command districts. Ultramar endured because Guilliman had never intended obedience to require helplessness. Yet endurance could not solve isolation. The ruin storm spread across the Immaterium until the realm seemed surrounded by a wall made from madness. Navigators found routes closing where stable passages had existed for generations. Astropaths died trying to reach Terra. The Astronomicon could not be reliably seen. Reports from the wider Imperium arrived late, mangled, or not at all. Guilliman confronted a possibility he hated, because no amount of calculation could disprove it. Terra might already have fallen. Horus might have killed the Emperor, while Ultramar fought for its own survival. Humanity could be continuing a war whose center no longer existed. When Sanguinius reached Ultramar, and when the Lion joined them, the question became one that could no longer be postponed. Guilliman presented Imperium Secundus not as rebellion, but contingency. If Terra survived, then Terra remained the heart of mankind. If Terra had fallen, then allowing the surviving loyalist domains to dissolve into isolated kingdoms would complete Horus's victory. Someone had to preserve continuity until truth could be known. Guilliman refused the throne himself. Too much of the realm was his creation. Crowning himself would transform necessity into ambition in the eyes of every observer, including perhaps himself. Sanguinius was elevated instead, beloved even among Primarchs, while Guilliman remained architect and administrator, and the Lion brought the uncompromising force of another great legion to the fragile new order. Even so, the name tasted wrong to Guilliman. Imperium Secundus. A second Imperium meant admitting the first might be dead. Macraga became a capital beneath a shadow. Standards hung in halls that had once belonged only to Ultramar. Delegations came seeking authority, military protection, and certainty. None of the Primarchs possessed the last. Guilliman built because building was the answer his nature supplied to catastrophe. He wrote laws, divided commands, and calculated defense zones, while knowing that every document might one day be judged treasonous by the father he was trying to preserve. Sanguinius bore the title of Emperor without pretending it belonged naturally to him. The Lion watched everything with the suspicion of a hunter who believed danger survived every declaration of loyalty. For a time, Imperium Secundus functioned. That was perhaps its greatest temptation. Then certainty returned in the form Guilliman least expected. Terra lived. The Emperor lived. The truth annihilated the moral foundations of the Second Realm more thoroughly than an enemy fleet could have done. There could be no justification for continuation. Sanguinius, Guilliman, and the Lion abandoned the project and turned their strength towards breaking the ruin storm and reaching the greater war. Guilliman felt no relief. He felt guilt. He had acted because the evidence before him suggested the Imperium might have been destroyed, but history would not care about the quality of his evidence. History would remember that Robert Guilliman had built another Imperium, while his father still fought for the first. The fleets assembled to leave. Behind them lay Ultramar, alive but mutilated. Armatura had been ravaged. Calth endured beneath poisoned skies. Other worlds bore craters where cities had stood, empty hab blocks where populations had been sacrificed, and vaults filled with names whose bodies would never be recovered. The Shadow Crusade had failed to destroy the realm, yet destruction was an inadequate measure of what it had achieved. It had shown Guilliman that reason could be ambushed by madness, that perfect preparation could become vulnerability, that an enemy could wage war for metaphysical objectives no conventional strategist would initially recognize, and that a state built to endure the absence of its ruler might one day be accused of surviving too well. 10,000 years later, Dimitri and Titus stood aboard the Righteous Fury and watched those same systems burn in blue light above the strategium floor. The borders were different. The names had endured. Calth glimmered beneath layers of historical notation. Armatura existed as memory, battle record and warning. Titus expanded the hololithic projection and saw modern fronts crawl across ancient ones until the two eras became almost indistinguishable. Men looking at such a map could mistake lines for abstractions. Titus no longer did. Every border represented worlds. Every world represented cities. Every city contained graves beneath whatever had been built afterward. "Display the reclamation routes," he said. The ancient wounds vanished beneath new vectors of war. They were not gone. They had merely become foundations. Victory had left Terra looking more thoroughly defeated than many worlds the Imperium had lost. Robert Guilliman had returned too late to stand beside his father upon the walls, too late to see Horus die, and too late to prevent the war from consuming the thing the Great Crusade had been intended to create. The Imperial Palace was a continent of wreckage. Bastions raised to withstand armies had been split open. Defense works were choked with the dead of both sides. Loyalist and traitor remains ground together beneath the tracks of armor columns until heraldry, flesh and mud became indistinguishable. Mountains of spent casings lay inside firing positions where men had continued shooting after the barrels of their weapons glowed red. The surviving custodians of the throne moved through halls blackened by fire, while work gangs dragged corpses from passageways and loaded them onto carts destined for incineration. Above it all, within the sanctum, no ordinary warrior would ever enter. The Emperor remained upon the golden throne. Horus had been destroyed. The rebellion had failed. Humanity had won, if survival in the ruins could still be given so generous a name. Guilliman looked upon what remained of the Imperium and discovered that victory had poisoned certainty more effectively than defeat ever could. Some of his brothers were dead. Others had become traitors so profoundly corrupted that the beings wearing their faces could scarcely be called Primarchs any longer. Legions once designed to conquer the galaxy in the Emperor's name had slaughtered one another across Terra, Istvan, Calth, Cygnus, Prospero, and 100 lesser battlefields, whose names would eventually survive only in sealed archives. The War Master had commanded a military concentration of such scale that whole star systems had trembled when his fleets translated from the warp. Horus had possessed armies, fleets, compliance rights, brotherhood and authority sufficient to contest the Emperor himself. Guilliman had spent years fighting the consequences. Now, in the cold aftermath, he was forced to examine his own achievements through the same merciless lens. Ultramar waited beyond Terra, wounded but functioning. Its world still produced food, armor, ships, and soldiers. Its command systems had survived isolation behind the ruin storm. Its people had obeyed regional authorities when Macraga could not answer them. The 13th Legion remained one of the largest coherent loyalist military bodies to emerge from the Civil War. Guilliman had once regarded all of those things as vindication. After Horus, they became questions. He stood before a projection of the formations still answering directly to him and understood how another man might see them. An empire, a legion of genetically engineered warriors bound by blood and gene seed to one father. Hundreds of worlds capable of feeding and supplying them. Shipyards, armies, fortresses, recruitment systems, and a tradition of obedience reaching back across generations. The mechanisms that had saved Ultramar from Lorgar could, under a different lord, become the foundations of another rebellion. One of his senior officers watched the Primarch reduce formation after formation upon the hololith. "You trust us, Lord," the legionary said. The statement was not prideful. It was an attempt to understand. Guilliman turned his gaze upon him. "I do." The officer glanced at the immense 13th Legion order of battle. "Then why break what remains?" Guilliman was silent long enough for the distant hammering of reconstruction to become audible through the chamber walls. Because Horus was trusted. The words extinguished every lesser argument. Guilliman reached into the projection and divided one massive formation into several smaller commands. "The question is not whether I trust the warriors standing before me. The question is whether the Imperium should ever again depend upon the virtue of one commander, controlling such strength. My father created beings capable of conquering worlds. Horus demonstrated what follows when too many worlds can be conquered at one man's command. The Codex Astartes grew from that wound. It was not, in Guilliman's mind, a holy object awaiting worship. It was a framework constructed from the most expensive lessons mankind had ever purchased. Command structures, battlefield doctrines, logistical principles, fleet organization, company disposition, strategic contingencies and methods for employing the Adeptus Astartes were written, tested, and revised. At its most politically significant level, the principle was brutally simple. The Legiones Astartes would be broken. The immense armies of the Great Crusade would become smaller chapters, self-contained enough to wage terrible wars, but too dispersed for a single ambitious lord to wield the strength Horus had possessed. The transformation was resisted in places because it felt like mutilation. Warriors who had called tens of thousands of legionaries brothers were told that ancient formations would be divided, standards carried elsewhere, armories separated, ships reassigned, and commanders granted autonomous authority. Among the Ultramarines, obedience did not make the division painless. The Legion had survived Calth, the Shadow Crusade, and the journey towards Terra through collective discipline. Now, its Primarch deliberately severed that unity. New chapters departed, carrying gene seed, descending from Guilliman and martial principles born from the 13th, but each received its own command hierarchy, holdings and responsibilities. Some inherited veteran formations whose traditions already differed from their brothers. Those differences would widen with centuries. Worlds shaped chapters as surely as chapters shaped worlds. Recruitment cultures changed, battle honors accumulated, local rights emerged, preferred methods of war hardened through repeated experience. The sons of Guilliman would remain sons of Guilliman, yet they would not become hundreds of identical reflections wearing different heraldry. Guilliman required common strategic inheritance without recreating common political obedience. The deeper sacrifice concerned Ultramar itself. Guilliman had constructed a stellar dominion whose scale was almost without comparison inside the Imperium. He could have argued that it worked. He could have pointed to the Shadow Crusade and shown how decentralized administration, prepared infrastructure, and military depth had prevented annihilation. He could have claimed that a realm capable of surviving Lorgar and Angron had earned the right to continue unchanged. Instead, he recognized that retaining direct rule over the whole ancient domain while demanding other commanders accept fragmentation would make his reforms look like hypocrisy disguised as principle. The territory governed directly from Macraga contracted. Worlds that had functioned as organs inside a single political body became ordinary imperial domains, still loyal to the Emperor and often still culturally bound to Ultramar, but no longer administered as immediate possessions of Guilliman's realm. The change looked clean upon maps. It was less clean to the men who inhabited the borders. On the world of Praxedes, a governor who once transmitted a request to an Ultramarian regional command now sent petitions into a wider imperial hierarchy. The message traveled farther. Responses arrived slower. a disputed grain levy that might once have been resolved by a prefect familiar with neighboring systems became an administratum matter whose documents passed through offices separated by light years. On another former Ultramarine world, a naval commander discovered that the warships protecting his shipping no longer answered through the same chain as the ground regiments defending his ports. Trade continued, but additional permissions accumulated around it. Governors learned independence because distance rewarded it. Local aristocracies grew stronger. Some retained affection for Macraga, others remembered only that their ancestors had once been governed by men who no longer came. No decree destroyed the 500 worlds. No enemy fleet arrived and erased their boundaries in a single campaign. Time accomplished what armies could not. Generations became centuries. Centuries became millennia. The old realm frayed one administrative thread at a time. On an agri-world whose harvest fed 3 neighboring systems, orc ships descended in such numbers that the upper atmosphere became black with crude hulls and engine smoke. Greenskin mobs burned grain silos for amusement and fought among themselves over which warlord had destroyed the largest harvesting machines. Imperial relief arrived after the planetary capital had become a field of corpses. On another world, a governor proclaimed that taxes demanded by distant terror were proof that the emperor's servants had abandoned the principles of ancient Ultramar. His rebellion lasted 9 months. The punishment lasted 11 years. Cities were shelled until masonry mixed with the bones of their inhabitants, and children born after the rebellion began died without ever learning what the original dispute had been. Other worlds simply vanished. Colonists broke into chambers buried before humanity had developed language and awakened metallic warriors who remembered suns younger than mankind's species. Gauss fire stripped soldiers apart, layer by layer, flesh becoming incandescent dust before exposed skeletons followed it into nothingness. The last astropathic message from one settlement consisted of a priest screaming that the dead were walking beneath green stars. Then, the system fell silent. Warp storms swallowed trade routes elsewhere. A navigator might enter the immaterium, intending a journey of weeks, and emerge decades later to discover that the destination had stopped existing. Entire planetary cultures became isolated enough to forget which authorities they had once obeyed. When the warp opened again, imperial officials sometimes found populations still calling themselves Sons of Ultramar, despite no representative of Macraga having visited within recorded memory. The administratum contributed its own quieter form of devastation. Claims were copied by hand, archived, countermanded, misplaced, and resurrected centuries after every original petitioner was dead. A governor might request clarification of an ancient tithe and receive an answer addressed to his predecessor's predecessor. 2 departments could assign the same mining moon to separate jurisdictions and spend generations exchanging sealed memoranda, while local officials simply paid whichever collector arrived with the larger escort. Whole military formations existed for years after their annihilation because no authenticated casualty return had reached the correct archive. Elsewhere, living regiments disappeared from supply rolls because a clerk transposed a designation during copying. There was no heretic champion to kill, no Xenos overlord to defeat, only an empire so immense that administrative error could starve a city as effectively as siege. Yet Guilliman's bloodline endured across that same darkness. Successor chapters carried fragments of the old legion into regions their primarch had never personally ruled. The Genesis chapter preserved one interpretation of the Ultramarines' inheritance. The Nova Marines carried another. Other descendants developed customs their forebears at Calth would scarcely have recognized, yet beneath heraldry, recruitment rites, and centuries of divergent battle honors remained habits born from Guilliman's central conviction. Understand the war before attempting to master it, build forces capable of independent action, preserve flexibility, and make every victory serve the campaign beyond it. Some successors followed the codex closely. Others interpreted it according to experience. The dispersion Gilliman had intended as a safeguard became, across the long decay of the Imperium, one of Ultramar's greatest reserves of strength. No single enemy could erase the 13th Legion's inheritance by conquering Macragge, because that inheritance had ceased to exist in one place. 10,000 years later, aboard the Righteous Fury, Dimitri and Titus stared at the consequences. The hololithic display showed ancient Ultramar in pale blue and the secure modern realm in a harsher, brighter color. The difference between them looked like something had eaten the map. Systems once connected by layered defense networks now sat beyond uncertain corridors. Worlds whose ancient archives contained Gilliman's lore had spent millennia ruled by other imperial authorities. Others had been occupied, abandoned, devastated, or forgotten. The Primarch's new decree demanded reclamation, but Titus understood immediately that a historical border possessed no military power merely because it had once existed. "Remove ceremonial claims," he ordered. The chart shifted. A nearby strategium officer hesitated. "Captain, those systems are recognized within the ancient cartographs." Titus studied him. "I did not ask whether Gilliman once governed them. I asked what they provide now." The officer consulted a slate. 2 possess functioning agri-complexes. 1 maintains a degraded orbital yard. The others have incomplete assessments. Titus pointed towards the agri-worlds. "Those matter. Food sustains the fleets and the armies they carry. Assess the yard for restoration. The remaining systems receive reconnaissance before we commit occupation forces." The officer looked again at the ancient boundary. "And if local authorities invoke their historical place within Ultramar?" Titus's expression did not change. History does not escort a convoy. He moved his attention farther outward. "This corridor." The hololith enlarged. "If we reclaim the anchor system, what protects the supply line?" Another officer answered, "Nothing permanent, Lord Captain. Patrol elements could cover it." "For how long?" Silence. Titus shook his head. "Then taking the system now gives the enemy a target we are obliged to defend, and a convoy route we cannot adequately secure. Reinforce the interior first." The difference between restoration and conquest mattered to him. A conqueror could raise a banner and depart. Titus had been charged with holding what others reclaimed. Every blue rune created obligations: ammunition, fuel, astropathic coverage, defense agreements, naval patrols, reinforcement schedules, and men. He did not worship the old map. Gilliman himself had dismantled it once when principle demanded it. Titus would not rebuild it badly, merely to make the hololith resemble its former shape. His gaze settled eventually upon a world whose strategic significance was almost insulting in its modesty. Tarentus, an agri-world. To the greater Imperium, it was one productive body among countless thousands, its purpose measured primarily in harvest yield, tithe schedules, and the number of mouths elsewhere its fields could feed. Beneath colossal agri-domes, generations of laborers lived among nutrient reservoirs, processing facilities, irrigation systems, and stretches of cultivated land so broad that the curvature of the planet devoured them at the horizon. The air smelled of soil, machine oil, fertilizer, and the exhaust of harvest engines. Men were born beneath those domes, worked beneath them, and died beneath them, rarely considering that the grain loaded into orbital haulers might feed soldiers fighting wars on worlds they would never know existed. Centuries before Titus stood on the Righteous Fury, veteran Sergeant Mataurus had come to Tarentus with the selectors of the Ultramarines. He was already ancient by mortal measure, a warrior whose armor bore honors earned on worlds beyond the comprehension of the families assembled before him. To the people of Tarentus, the arrival of the chapter was not recruitment, as an administratum levy might be understood. It was visitation by beings standing somewhere between soldier and legend. Promising youths were examined for physical potential, mental resilience, aggression held beneath discipline, adaptability, memory, and the countless subtleties upon which later implantation might depend. Most would never leave the world. Some would fail during selection. Fewer would reach Macraga. Fewer still would survive everything required to stand one day in the battle plate of an ultramarine. Mataurus noticed Demetrian Titus because the youth did not try to impress him. During one trial, candidates were ordered across a section of agricultural service terrain, while instructors altered the route without warning. Some continued following the original markers because those had been the instructions. Others rushed ahead, treating speed as the sole measure of worth. Titus stopped only long enough to understand why the path had changed. A harvest carrier had overturned across the designated route, rupturing a chemical line and filling the low ground with toxic vapor. He led two candidates towards higher service gantries rather than competing with them for the shortest path. When one slipped, Titus went back. It cost him time. He finished behind several others. Mataurus watched the results. You were instructed to reach the marker quickly. Yes, Lord. You chose a longer route. The shorter route had become unsafe. You returned for another candidate. He was still capable of completing the trial. You sacrificed your placing. Titus met the red lenses of the veteran's helm. The objective was to reach the marker. We reached it. Mataurus regarded him for several seconds. Beneath the armor, behind centuries of battle and the conditioning that separated an Astartes from ordinary humanity, something close to approval stirred. So you did. There were further trials, harsher ones, and eventually the decision was made. Demetrian Titus had been born the only child of a humble family of modest means. That life ended without a battlefield. No bolt shell struck him. No enemy banner fell. There was only an imperial landing field beneath the Agridome's artificial daylight and a transport waiting to ascend. Titus stood among the selected youths with the small possessions they had been permitted to carry. Beyond the perimeter stretched the fields of Tarentus, harvest engines crawling through them like insects beneath a sky that was not truly sky. Mataurus stood beside the embarkation ramp. Once you board, he told them, nothing is promised. Not survival, not ascension, not honor. You have been chosen for the chance to prove worthy of further trials. Nothing more. The youths remained silent. Titus looked back once. Somewhere beyond the landing field lay the home in which he had been born, the fields he knew, the labor that would have defined his life, and a family line that would end with his departure. He could not have understood Calth as Gilliman understood it, nor the second founding, nor the slow dismemberment of Ultramar across 10,000 years. He knew nothing of Hive Fleet Behemoth, Graia, the Death Watch, the Rubicon Primaris, or wars waiting centuries beyond his birth. He did not know that the ancient realm whose grain moved through Tarentus had once contained more worlds than most mortal minds could meaningfully imagine. He knew only that an ultramarine had judged him worthy to leave. Titus turned from the fields and walked up the ramp. The hatch closed behind him. Engines rose from a growl into a deafening roar, and the transport climbed towards the stars. Tarentus diminished beneath it until the agridomes became silver points. The fields became colored scars upon the planet's surface, and the only life Demetrian Titus had ever known disappeared beneath cloud. The 500 worlds had lost empires, armies, and borders across the millennia. Now one of those worlds had given them a son. Tyran did not fall with armies upon its walls or enemy standards planted above its cities. It simply vanished. By the time Imperial investigators reached the ocean world, the seas were gone, the atmosphere had been ravaged, and the ecosystems that had covered the planet had been reduced to absence. What remained was evidence of consumption on a scale mankind had scarcely conceived. The geological corpse of a world stripped because something moving between the stars had regarded every living organism upon it as useful matter. Astropathic warnings traveled outward, but the thing following them carried its own silence. The shadow in the warp thickened ahead of Hive Fleet Behemoth until sanctioned psychers convulsed at their stations and astropathic choirs lost voices one by one. Distress transmissions became screams, truncated in the middle of words. Navigators dreamed of an intelligence without a face, a pressure immense enough to make individual thought seem insignificant. Then more worlds disappeared. Hive Fleet Behemoth did not advance like an imperial crusade. It had no troopships, because its ships were alive, no manufactoria, because its manufactoria gestated inside itself, no ammunition stores distinct from the organisms bred to kill. Its vessels, weapons, warriors, armor, and fuel belonged to one predatory ecology. Millions of void-born organisms moved towards Ultramar, and from sufficient distance, the stars themselves appeared diseased. Marneus Calgar studied that sickness from within the fortress of Hera, and refused to permit Macraga to become another dead sphere behind it. Inquisitor Kryptman's intelligence had provided warning, though warning offered little comfort when the threat consumed everything it defeated. Calgar assembled Ultramarines warships, Battlefleet Tempestus elements, requisitioned merchantmen fitted with whatever weapons they could carry, and every planetary defense asset that could still be made combat-ready. The polar fortresses became central to the defensive plan, their immense weapons capable of reaching beyond Macraga's atmosphere and contesting the bioships gathering above the world. Calgar's strategium displayed no enemy government, fleet admiral or industrial base that could be broken to end the invasion. "There is no capital to seize," one officer observed. "No surrender to compel." Calgar's gauntleted fist rested against the strategium table. "Then discard the expectation of surrender. We destroy enough of them that the organism can no longer sustain its advance." The simplicity of the statement concealed the horror beneath it. Every previous war had contained some point at which the enemy could understand that it had lost. Behemoth would understand nothing of the kind. It would feed until physically prevented from feeding. Far beyond Ultramar, Sergeant Demetrian Titus knew almost none of this. The Second Company was prosecuting a distant campaign when the first malformed astropathic messages penetrated the shadow. Their incompleteness was worse than silence. Macragge appeared beside words for invasion, biological fleet, catastrophic loss, and immediate reinforcement, then vanished beneath psychic static so violent that the astropath carrying the message bit through his own tongue before attendants could restrain him. Titus stood with Captain Severus Agamemnon while the mutilated transmission was replayed. "Again," Agamemnon ordered. The message dissolved at the same point. An officer reported that the Righteous Fury's navigator considered the nearest translation route increasingly unstable. Agamemnon answered, "He will take it." The officer hesitated. "Captain, the navigator estimates a severe probability of navigational displacement." Agamemnon turned. "Macragge is under invasion." Nothing further needed saying. Titus felt the same pressure beneath his discipline. and Astartes was conditioned to answer the chapter's call without hesitation, yet no amount of conditioning could shorten the warp. The strike force translated, engines driven to punishing output, while the impossible distances between stars became a prison measured in hours they could not recover. At Macragge, the void became a charnel house before Titus had crossed a fraction of the distance home. Imperial torpedoes entered the swarm in waves, detonating against bioships whose scale rivaled the greatest vessels of mankind. Lance beams cut through chitinous armor and opened living hulls to vacuum. Frozen blood and organ slurry spilled across space in clouds vast enough to obscure lesser craft. Imperial officers learned immediately that crippling a Tyrannid vessel did not necessarily render it harmless. Severed tendrils continued spasming. Wounded organisms expelled clouds of smaller creatures like parasites abandoning a dying animal. Living projectiles struck void shields, burst across armor, and ate through hull plating with acid and biological agents. Boarding organisms chewed into exposed compartments and disgorged killers among naval crews. On one cruiser, armsmen fought through an engine deck passage against gaunts whose claws scraped sparks from the bulkheads. Lasfire burned holes through alien thoraxes. Return organisms struck men and burrowed into their flesh, chewing through ribs until screaming ratings clawed open their own uniforms, trying to tear the creatures out. Damage control servitors dragged the dead aside while the ship continued firing. Behind every captain lay Macraga. Retreat could only give the swarm room to feed. The ground war possessed even less distance. Tyrannid spores darkened the atmosphere and disgorged broods into valleys, mountains, and fortress approaches. The first gaunts died by the thousand. Heavy bolters reduced them to exploding sacks of ichor, chitin, and shredded organs. Flamers washed trench fronts with burning promethium, coating creatures in fire until their flesh split and oily smoke rolled from their carapaces. None of it mattered enough. The second wave ran over the first. The third climbed upon both. Defensive ditches filled with bodies until later broods crossed them without slowing. Tyrannid warriors moved among the swarm as synaptic nodes, transforming what appeared to be animal frenzy into coordinated pressure. Larger organisms struck strongpoints, selected not for proximity, but because destroying them opened routes for everything behind. Ammunition counters descended with horrifying speed. A heavy bolter team could see an entire belt of shells consumed without creating visible empty ground ahead. Armorers dragged fresh crates through passages slick with alien fluids. Barrels glowed, weapons jammed. Men cleared them while claws scraped against the opposite side of barricades. At Cold Steel Ridge, Calgar saw the intelligence behind the appetite. The swarm did not merely rush the strongest firing positions until exterminated. Broods feigned collapse. Organisms that appeared dead remained motionless among corpse fields until Imperial troops moved to reposition, whereupon they rose beneath them. Lesser creatures attacked from multiple directions, while larger forms maneuvered through ground thought impassable. At the center of that evolving battle moved a leader beast, unlike the creatures Imperial doctrine had catalogued, a towering hive tyrant whose presence changed everything around it. The creature that would become known as the Swarm Lord did not roar challenges in any language mankind could understand, yet its purpose became unmistakable. It drew Calgar towards personal combat with the precision of an enemy commander who understood the value of removing the opposing army's head. Calgar accepted because there are moments when commanders do not choose between danger and safety, but between one danger and another. His warriors needed the pressure around them broken. If the creature commanded the local synaptic architecture, killing it might do that. The Swarm Lord was not a beast in the sense Calgar had hoped. Its blades moved with terrible economy, guided by an intelligence whose experience did not reside solely within the skull carrying it. Calgar's weapons struck with enough force to tear lesser organisms apart, yet the alien anticipated angles, yielded ground, and returned blows designed not merely to wound, but to dismantle. Around them, ultramarines and tyrannids butchered one another among drifts of dead gaunts. A space marine fell with a bone sword through his abdomen and continued firing until another organism tore his head from his shoulders. An honor guard veteran drove his weapon through a warrior's skull and was immediately buried beneath three lesser creatures, clawing open the seals beneath his arm. Calgar fought at the center until the Swarm Lord broke through his defense. Alien blades opened his armor and reached the engineered flesh beneath. Blood flooded across shattered plate. Another blow drove him down. For an instant, the chapter master of the Ultramarines lay beneath an enemy that had outmaneuvered and defeated him. His honor guard intervened before the killing stroke fell, dragging their lord from the engagement, while warriors died purchasing every meter of his withdrawal. News of Calgar's wounding traveled across Macraga, but there was no time to turn it into despair. Severus Agamemnon commanded the second company far away. Titus knew nothing beyond dying astropathic fragments. On the homeworld, officers who might normally have looked to the chapter master instead followed contingency chains already established. The Codex Astartes had never imagined precisely this enemy, but its underlying purpose was not to predict every conceivable Xenos organism. It was to create warriors capable of continuing when command broke. Defensive lines contracted. Artillery shifted towards new swarming vectors. Thunderhawks lifted wounded from positions that could no longer be held. The polar fortresses remained essential because their defense lasers denied the biofleet freedom to overwhelm Macragge from orbit. The first company therefore held them with the best warriors the chapter possessed. Veterans in Terminator armor walked into the killing zones, knowing that their survival was subordinate to maintaining those guns. First, Captain Saul Invictus understood the arithmetic before the last stages of the battle began. His veterans had armor capable of enduring fire that would annihilate ordinary men, weapons capable of reducing whole broods to pieces, centuries of accumulated combat experience, and nowhere to withdraw without abandoning the defense batteries behind them. They formed firing lines through corridors broad enough for tanks. Storm bolters hammered continuously. Assault cannon fire sliced gaunts apart so rapidly that sections of corridor became ankle-deep in blood and fragments of shell. Terminators advanced through the mass, crushing bodies beneath armored boots while power fists pulped larger creatures against walls. A veteran caught a gaunt in one hand and closed his fist until the creature's carapace split and its organs burst between his fingers. Seconds later, a Carnifex smashed through a barricade and caught him beneath one talon, driving the Terminator into the floor with enough force to crack the stone beneath his armor. Another veteran fired into the monster's mouth until bolter detonations blew the back of its skull outward. For every organism killed, the fortress entrances seemed to birth 10 more. The first company contracted room by room. Ammunition ran low. Damaged Terminator plate accumulated warnings until armor spirits screamed through red runes across helmet displays. Veterans fought with broken weapons and missing limbs. One warrior whose storm bolter had been torn away used a power fist until a tyrannid beast severed the arm carrying it. He continued with his combat blade, driving it through the mouth of a gaunt before another opened his throat beneath the helmet seal. Blood flooded his gorget and poured down the blue plate. Invictus's formation tightened around the remaining positions. There would be no extraction. The guns had to continue firing. The chapter's finest warriors turned their last battlefield into a fortress built from tyrannid corpses, standing back to back when maneuver was no longer possible. When relief forces eventually reached the northern polar fortress, there were no veterans waiting to greet them. They found Terminator armor among mountains of alien dead, its occupants butchered where they had stood. Saul Invictus lay with them. The first company had ceased to exist as a fighting formation. In the void, the price of Macragge's survival was paid on a still greater scale. Battlefleet Tempestus and the Ultramarines' surviving warships continued tearing into Behemoth, even as the swarm attempted to close around them. The Emperor-class battleship Dominus Astra carried its final act into the heart of the Tyrannid fleet. Its sacrifice dragged the main concentration of bioships into destruction through a catastrophic warp event, taking Imperial lives with it, but breaking the force that might otherwise have smothered Macragge from above. There was no cheering aboard many surviving vessels. Too many crews were dead, too many ships burning, too many compartments sealed permanently with corpses inside. Captains received confirmation that the principal void threat had been broken and immediately began calculating what weapons could still support the ground war. Victory in space did not remove the organisms already crawling across the planet. Macragge remained infested. The word victory therefore became administrative shorthand for an extermination campaign that continued after the battle. Histories would later place their endings. Tunnels had to be cleared. Ruined settlements had to be searched, chamber by chamber. Organisms survived inside collapsed structures, geothermal passages, and fortress sublevels. Flamers became tools of sanitation as much as battle. Imperial soldiers descended into darkness, wearing respirators and carrying promethium tanks, searching for movement among walls coated in drying alien secretion. Sometimes they found nothing. Sometimes a ceiling opened, and a lictor took the first man in the column so quickly that the others heard his spine break before they saw the creature. Brood remnants were burned where they lay, because no commander trusted apparently dead Tyranids after Cold Steel Ridge. Corpses were reduced to ash. Contaminated chambers were sealed. Anything resembling an egg cluster was incinerated until the stone beneath it cracked. By the time the Second Company's surviving strike forces returned to Ultramar, the decisive battle had already been won, and the dead had already been counted. Titus learned of the First Company's destruction before he saw Macraga. The message listed formations, commanders, and casualties in the emotionless precision demanded of military records. He read Sol Invictus's name and continued down the list. Agamemnon stood beside him without speaking. Titus understood the expression upon his captain's face because he felt a lesser version of it himself. They had returned home with bolters loaded and armor ready, yet no speed their ship could achieve had been enough. "Orders?" Titus asked. Agamemnon looked towards the tactical display showing infected remnants scattered across Ultramar. "The war is not finished." Titus nodded. Guilt was useless unless converted into action. The Second Company was hurled into the cleansing operations that followed across the ravaged worlds of Ultramar. Titus led kill teams through Manufactorum ruins, where Tyranid growths had rooted themselves into machinery, and through settlement tunnels, where abandoned bodies had been opened from within by feeder organisms. At close range, he began recognizing patterns. Lesser creatures became less coordinated when synapse organisms died. Some organisms attacked weapons positions instinctively. Others ignored casualties to reach command figures. Chitin thick enough to deflect glancing bolter fire remained vulnerable around joints and sensory pits. Chainsword teeth could clog after repeated contact with fibrous alien tissue, requiring a warrior to clear the weapon or alter his stroke before the mechanism seized completely. Titus learned because hatred alone could not kill an enemy that adapted. He watched what changed when a warrior fell. He watched what did not. He remembered. Macragge rebuilt because Ultramarines had always understood that survival was labor performed after heroism ended. Severus Agamemnon was elevated to first captain in place of Sol Invictus. The First Company would be rebuilt from veterans who had survived elsewhere, but no appointment could erase the fact that an entire generation of the chapter's most experienced warriors had died beneath Macragge's polar sky. Lucian Trajan, Agamemnon's senior sergeant, received command of the Second Company. Titus was appointed sergeant of Trajan's command squad. Promotions came because dead men had left armor, duties, and empty places behind them. Sometime after the orders were formalized, Trajan found Titus inside an armory, while chapter serfs stripped Tyranid residue from recovered weapons. The smell of sacred oils could not entirely conceal burnt chitin. Trajan lifted a chainsword whose teeth had been replaced after the cleansing actions and considered the younger sergeant. "You fought them closely?" "Yes, Captain." "Closer than was wise?" Titus glanced at the weapon. "Close enough." Trajan gave the smallest suggestion of amusement. "And did the Xenos teach you anything worth carrying into the next war?" Around them, artificers repaired weapons for warriors who would eventually fight enemies no one on Macragge yet knew existed. Titus thought of dead Terminators, of the reports from Cold Steel Ridge, of synapse creatures falling and gaunts becoming suddenly less precise, of a foe that could learn from mankind quickly enough to cripple Marneus Calgar. "Every enemy teaches you how it can be killed," Titus said. Trajan handed him the chainsword. "Then remember the lesson." For almost a century, Demetrian Titus served beneath Captain Lucian Trajan without once asking what office might eventually be his. The question arose only because Trajan asked it. They were aboard the Righteous Fury, standing inside an observation gallery whose armored shutters had been opened upon the cold immensity of interstellar space, while the strike cruiser translated between wars. Servitors moved behind them, carrying sealed ammunition requisitions and bundles of parchment bound for the company armories. The second company had finished one campaign and had not yet received orders for the next, a condition so unusual that Trajan had summoned his command squad sergeant simply to speak without gunfire interrupting them. "Agamemnon believes you are ready for greater command," Trajan said. Titus remained facing the stars. "First Captain Agamemnon has greater experience in such judgments than I." Trajan studied him. "That is not an answer." Titus turned. Decades of war had marked both warriors. Their armor carried different honors than those they had worn after Macraga. Scars had accumulated upon ceramite and flesh, and battlefields whose names ordinary men would consider the history of entire lifetimes occupied only portions of their service. "I command where I am ordered," Titus replied. "I have no complaint with my present duty." Trajan's expression tightened into the faintest suggestion of amusement. "Other warriors spend decades proving they should be elevated. You spend yours proving you do not care whether you are." Titus considered that. Rank is required so that someone carries responsibility. It is not a reward. Trajan nodded slowly. "Remember that, Demetrian. Men who desire command usually imagine the authority first. The worthy ones understand that command means standing where another brother can no longer stand." Neither warrior knew then how precisely Trajan had described the manner of his own succession. The astropathic distress call from Beta Arcturus reached them years later, and by the time the Righteous Fury translated into the system, the warning had become an obituary for cities still burning below. Beta Arcturus had once belonged to the ancient Eldari Empire, and Bieltan had not forgotten. The Swordwind had given the imperial governor one local day, scarcely more than 9 hours, to abandon a world whose human population had possessed it for generations. The demand was impossible, even had the governor wished to obey. 8 days passed before the Ultramarines arrived. From orbit, whole urban regions glowed through smoke. The Eldari had not occupied the planet in the human sense. They had cut through it with the fury of people destroying trespassers from land they regarded as eternally theirs. The Righteous Fury came under fire almost immediately. Eldari vessels did not wallow through void maneuvers like Imperial cruisers. Their craft altered vectors with obscene grace, presenting slender profiles to incoming fire before sliding aside from macro-cannon salvos that would have gutted slower ships. Lance fire flashed between the fleets. The strike cruiser shuddered beneath impacts, while Trajan ignored the void duel raging beyond the hull and studied the ground war. "The enemy commander is here." He indicated a cluster of ruins inside the ruins of a provincial capital. "Bieltan expects us to reinforce the surviving imperial lines. We will not." Titus understood before the captain continued. "We strike the war host's head." Trajan assigned demi-company strength to the assault. Drop pods would descend through the fighting, while Thunderhawk gunships followed with additional squads and support. The Righteous Fury would keep the Eldari fleet occupied long enough for the landing force to reach the surface. It was violent, direct, and exactly the kind of response an enemy dependent upon speed might believe the Ultramarines too doctrinal to attempt. Drop pods punched into Beta Arcturus like shells from an orbital bombardment. Retrofires ignited at the last possible moment, turning terminal descent into controlled catastrophe. Titus felt the restraint harness crush against his armor as the pod struck. Explosive bolts fired. The hatches slammed outward before the dust cloud had even begun to settle, and the command squad emerged firing. The Eldari were already moving. Shuriken projectiles screamed through the air in storms of monomolecular death, slicing grooves through ceramite and finding armor seals with precision that made random chance an inadequate explanation. One ultramarine staggered when a burst entered beneath his raised arm, the discs cutting through muscle and opening his chest from within. He fired twice more before collapsing. Titus put a bolt through the helm of the aspect warrior responsible. The mass-reactive shell detonated inside the alien's skull and sprayed blood and fragments of bone across pale wraithbone. Ahead, Captain Trajan drove directly towards the Warhost command element. The Eldari Autarch met him with a blade that moved faster than mortal vision could properly follow. Around them, her elite sword-bearing guard crashed into Titus and the command squad. There was no time for measured exchanges. Titus caught the first alien's descending blade against the body of his chainsword, twisted, drove his shoulder into the warrior's breastplate, and triggered the weapon at full speed. Adamantine teeth shrieked across wraithbone, bit through the armor, and then tore into the body beneath. The alien folded around the cut as ribs and organs were shredded together. Titus wrenched the chainsword free and turned before the corpse reached the ground. A second warrior struck for his neck. Titus took the edge across his pauldron, fired his bolt pistol into the Eldari's abdomen, and watched the detonation empty the warrior through the back of its armor. The third tried to exploit the opening. Titus stepped inside the stroke and drove the chainsword upward beneath the alien's ribcage until the weapon's teeth erupted from the shoulder in a spray of bright blood. Trajan killed the Autarch almost simultaneously. Their duel ended when his blade passed through her defense and opened the
Xenos commander through armor and flesh. The Bealtan force reacted at once. The war host did not collapse like an orc mob deprived of its warlord, nor become directionless like tyrannids robbed of synapse. It withdrew. That distinction should have warned them. Eldari units disengaged with astonishing discipline, laying down fire, using smoke and speed, retreating through routes prepared before the Ultramarines had landed. Trajan's strike had won the central engagement. Imperial defenders elsewhere reported the Swordwind pulling back. Then a Vox message reached the command squad. One battle brother was missing, Leandros. He had been separated during the engagement and taken alive by the retreating enemy. Titus watched Trajan receive the report. For the first time since the assault began, something personal crossed his captain's face. "They took him deliberately," Titus said. Trajan looked towards the ruins into which the Eldari were withdrawing. Then they made an error. Titus understood his captain too well to let the words pass. Or they expect pursuit. Trajan's gaze settled on him. The air between them smelled of burned propellant, ruptured Eldari bodies, and the oily exhaust of burning Imperial vehicles. "You believe I should abandon one of my warriors?" "I believe they know we will not." Trajan was silent. Then he selected a combat squad. "Secure the field, re-establish contact with the other landing elements, and prepare for the next assault. I will recover Leandros." Titus took one step closer. "Captain." Trajan's expression hardened. It was not anger. It was command. "You have your orders, Sergeant." Titus bowed his head. "Yes, Captain." The trap revealed itself only after Trajan had vanished beyond supporting range. Eldari signatures appeared where Auspex scans had shown nothing. Forces that had never committed to the first battle emerged from concealed positions and closed around the combat squad. Vox contact degraded immediately beneath alien interference. Titus heard fragments of bolter fire, shouted range calls, then the unmistakable roar of Eldari weapons overwhelming the channel. "Trajan, report," Static answered. Titus repeated the call. This time something came through, a brother reciting coordinates and then screaming as the transmission ended. Titus looked towards the tactical display. The Eldari had allowed their Autarch to become the center of Imperial attention, while retaining enough strength to construct a second killing ground. The capture had been bait. Trajan had known that possibility and gone anyway. Titus did not waste another heartbeat condemning the decision. "Command squad, on me. 3rd Tactical, form behind. Thunderhawk support to these coordinates. We are recovering the captain."
A lieutenant protested that the principal objective remained securing the city. Titus answered without raising his voice. The objective has changed. They found Trajan's squad surrounded inside the skeletal remains of a civic concourse. Bealtan warriors fired from galleries above, while Aspect warriors pressed through shattered entrances below. 3 Ultramarines were already dead. A 4th was pinned against a wall by weapons fire that had stripped half the ceramite from his torso and carved the flesh beneath into red furrows. Trajan still fought when Titus arrived. His sword was broken. Blood covered one side of his armor, and an Eldari projectile had penetrated beneath his breastplate. But he stood over another fallen brother and fired his bolt pistol until it locked empty.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Then the hidden Eldari reserves opened upon him from the upper levels. Shuriken fire struck with such density that his plate seemed to erode beneath it. Ceramite fragmented. Blood burst from armor joints. Trajan staggered, remained upright, and tried to raise his ruined sword. Another volley hit him. The captain went down. Titus saw it happen through the concourse entrance and felt something cold settle inside him. "Forward," he ordered. The Ultramarines surged behind bolter fire. Eldari bodies came apart beneath mass reactive detonations. Titus reached the nearest Aspect warrior and hacked through its forearm, reversed the chain's word, and drove the spinning teeth through the alien's face. Blood, fragments of helm and pale tissue sprayed across his armor. Another blade struck his side. Warning runes flared. Titus caught the attacker by the throat, lifted the slender warrior from the ground, and fired his pistol beneath its chin. Its head disappeared above his fist. The battle ceased being about terrain. Titus wanted Trajan's body back. Ultramarines do not abandon their honored dead lightly, and Titus would not leave the captain, who had taught him what command meant to be carried away as a trophy by Xenos. His squads drove into the concourse, while Thunderhawks strafed the upper galleries, heavy bolter fire shredding Eldari warriors, and blasting elegant architecture into splinters. An Ultramarine lost his leg to a power blade and continued firing from the ground until brothers dragged him behind cover. Another took a shuriken burst through the throat. Blood flooded beneath his helm and poured from the collar seal as he collapsed. Titus reached Trajan after killing the warrior standing over him. The captain was already dead. Leandros lay nearby, wounded but alive, the prisoner whose rescue had created the killing ground. Titus looked at him, only long enough to confirm survival. "Carry the captain." Leandros stared at Trajan's ruined armor. "Sergeant, Titus cut him off. "Carry him." The younger warrior obeyed. The counterattack continued until Bealtan could no longer hold the district. Titus assumed battlefield command because someone had to, reorganized the remaining demi-company, and turned the Eldari retreat into a genuine withdrawal from Beta Arcturus. The Swordwind left the world behind. The Ultramarines had won. Trajan was dead. The fortress of Hera received him in silence. His body was interred within a grand sepulchre beneath Macraga, where generations of Ultramarines rested beneath stone engraved with victories purchased by their deaths. Titus stood through the rites, wearing armor repaired from Beta Arcturus, but not yet repainted where Eldari blades had scored it. Marneus Calgar summoned him afterward. First Captain Agamemnon was present, his expression unreadable. "You assumed command when Trajan fell," Calgar said. "Yes, my lord. You drove Bealtan from the world." "The company did." Calgar watched him. "And you do not desire the captaincy." Titus thought of the observation gallery aboard the Righteous Fury, and Trajan asking a question whose answer now seemed like prophecy. "Desire has no bearing upon whether the duty must be carried." Agamemnon's gaze sharpened slightly. Calgar nodded. "Then carry it." Titus bowed. The title passed to him not through ambition, celebration, or triumph, but because Lucian Trajan could no longer stand where the Second Company required its captain to stand. For the next decade, Titus carried that responsibility from battlefield to battlefield. Leandros remained among the warriors under his command, alive because Trajan had placed brotherhood above caution. Neither knew what that rescue would one day cost Titus. Graia began with orcs. The Forge world had become an industrial slaughterhouse under War Grimskull, its manufactoria filled with smoke, gunfire, and greenskins, whose crude machines crawled through sacred production districts. Titus deployed into a planet already being dismantled by war. Shooters hammered against gantries. Orc artillery turned assembly halls into avalanches of steel. Knobs in scavenged armor charged through lasfire, laughing until bolter rounds tore their bodies open. Titus fought beside Sergeant Sidonus and Leandros through machinery large enough to manufacture weapons for armies, advancing beneath cranes, plasma conduits, and cathedral-sized production lines where the Adeptus Mechanicus had once maintained ordered labor. Orcs came at them in mobs. Titus drove his chainsword through one greenskin's abdomen and ripped upward, spraying black-red blood and coils of viscera across a control console. A knob struck him hard enough to crack the deck beneath his boots. Titus answered with a bolt round through the creature's mouth. The back of its skull burst outward and painted 3 smaller orcs with brain matter. Imperial guardsmen fought throughout the world as well, dying in trenches cut through industrial waste and firing laser guns until batteries overheated in their hands. Skitari and servitors maintained defense systems even while manufactoria burned around them. Graia was not a primitive battlefield. It was war inside the machinery of the Imperium itself. Then, the nature of the campaign changed. Inquisitor Drogon appeared to offer a weapon against the invasion, an experimental power source, drawing upon forces no sane commander would have willingly unleashed. Without cause. Titus fought his way to it because Graia was dying, and because the figure wearing an Inquisitor's authority gave him reason to believe the device could matter. By the time the truth became clear, the orcs were no longer the only enemy. Drogon's body had become the instrument of something demonic, and the power source was a key to a greater invasion. The warp opened its jaws. Chaos Space Marines descended into a war already soaked in blood. The servants of Nemeroth came through amid unnatural light and impossible cold, killing orcs and Imperials alike. Traitor bolters thundered through manufactorum corridors. Imperial soldiers who had survived days against greenskins were torn apart by warriors whose armor carried the desecrated lineage of the Adeptus Astartes. Titus endured exposure to empiric energies that should have corrupted, crippled, or killed him. He did not understand why. There was no time to investigate while men were still dying. Nemeroth understood the significance immediately. The Chaos Lord wanted the power within Graia and saw Titus's resistance as something to exploit, mock, or corrupt. Their final confrontation was fought above a world already scarred by 2 invasions. Nemeroth's strength had been swollen by the warp, his body becoming more than mortal and less than human. He promised transformation. Titus answered with violence. They crashed together with enough force to crack armor. Nemeroth struck him through the air. Titus returned, refusing the corruption offered to him, as though refusal itself were another weapon. He tore into the traitor at close range and destroyed him before whatever ascension Nemeroth sought could be completed. The Chaos Lord died. The immediate threat ended. Graia remained imperial. Victory lasted only until the Inquisition arrived. Jerome Thrax came because reports from Graia did not describe merely an orc invasion and defeated Chaos Warband. They described an Ultramarines captain who had handled a warp-tainted power source, survived direct empiric exposure, and shown a resistance no ordinary Astartes should have possessed. Worse, Leandros had raised the accusation himself. Titus faced his subordinate while inquisitorial forces surrounded them. Leandros's voice held the inflexible certainty of a warrior who believed adherence to doctrine could protect him from every form of error. Titus saw, for one brief instant, Beta Arcturus again, Trajan bleeding in the ruins, Leandros alive beside his body. A captain had once walked knowingly into a trap rather than abandon this warrior. Now the same battle brother was invoking imperial authority against the man who had recovered them both. Thrax demanded Titus surrender. Titus could have resisted. He was captain of the Ultramarines' 2nd Company. His brothers were near. An armed confrontation would have left inquisitorial troops dead before they understood how quickly violence had begun. But resistance would prove nothing, except that a space marine suspected of corruption was willing to kill servants of the Emperor rather than submit to examination. Titus understood command too well to mistake personal outrage for strategic justification. He removed his weapons. Leandros watched. Titus surrendered his chainsword first, then his bolt pistol. Inquisitorial attendants approached with restraints, and the wary reverence mortals showed when standing within arm's reach of an unarmed angel of death. Titus looked once towards the warriors of his company. He gave them no order to intervene. The doors closed upon him. Lucian Trajan had once sacrificed himself because he would not abandon Leandros to the enemy. Titus now sacrificed his freedom because he would not stain the Ultramarines with bloodshed against the Emperor's Inquisition for his own sake. This time, there would be no counterattack to recover the captain. For more than a century, Demetrian Titus would disappear. The first thing Inquisitor Jerome Thrax took from Demetrian Titus was time. Pain followed, but pain was familiar. Titus had known broken bones beneath ceramite, organs ruptured by alien blades, flesh burned by plasma discharge, and the deep grinding agony of wounds his transhuman physiology could repair only slowly. The instruments of the Inquisition were more deliberate. They did not merely injure the body, they entered memory. Titus lay restrained beneath a crown of psychic conductors, while sanctioned interrogators tore Graia open inside his mind, again and again, forcing him to relive every encounter with the warp until recollection became indistinguishable from renewed experience. He saw Grimskull's orcs charging through burning Manufactoria. He felt the power source in his hands. He heard Nemeroth promising corruption. He remembered killing the Ascendant Chaos Lord, and then watched the memory reverse, fracture, and begin again, while voices demanded to know what he had concealed. There was no pact, Titus said. Thrax stood beyond the restraint frame in robes bearing the authority of the Holy Inquisition. Then explain your survival. Titus tasted blood where he had bitten through the inside of his cheek. I cannot. Psychic pressure stabbed behind his eyes. Graia returned. Convenient. Titus forced his breathing into control. Ignorance is not corruption. Thrax leaned closer. That judgment is not yours to make. The interrogation became a war without objectives Titus could seize. There was no enemy position to storm, no ammunition count to manage, no wounded brother to extract. Thrax demanded proof of innocence from phenomena Titus himself did not understand. Apothecaries took tissue. Chirurgeons cut into scarred flesh and removed samples from implanted organs. Psychers searched the architecture of his thoughts for hidden devotion, demonic influence or compulsions that might reveal a touch of chaos. Hexagrammic wards were placed around the chamber. Relics were brought near him. Incense burned until the air became acrid enough for an ordinary human to cough blood. Nothing manifested. No mark appeared upon his flesh. No demon answered his name. No forbidden litany waited beneath his conscious thoughts. Thrax refused to accept absence as evidence. The powers of the warp are patient, the Inquisitor told him during one waking cycle. A corruption concealed for decades is more dangerous than one announced by horns and mutations. Titus raised his head as far as the restraints permitted. Then you have constructed an accusation that cannot be disproved. Thrax's expression hardened. I have constructed nothing. You survived what should have consumed you. Titus thought of Leandros and Graia, of handing over his weapons rather than staining the Ultramarines with inquisitorial blood. And you have spent years trying to punish me for failing to die. Then even years lost meaning. Titus would awaken beneath harsh lumen strips, with frost steaming from his skin, and discover that another span of stasis had passed. Sometimes Thrax waited. Sometimes lesser interrogators continued the work. They asked the same questions using different words, as though enough repetition might eventually alter history. He was placed in suspension, revived for examinations, wounded deliberately to observe regenerative responses, subjected to psychic scrutiny, and returned to cold darkness. The process reduced more than a century to scattered moments of suffering, separated by nothingness. Outside his cell, wars began and ended. Imperial commanders lived entire mortal lives. Worlds changed allegiance. Ships disappeared into the warp. New threats emerged while Titus experienced history as intervals between restraint tables. Marneus Calgar petitioned repeatedly for information and the return of his lost captain, but those requests died within sealed inquisitorial bureaucracy or returned answers too vague to be useful. Titus knew none of this. He heard no voice from Macragge. No brother came for him. No message bore the sigil of the chapter master. The absence became its own wound. Eventually, he ceased expecting recovery. Perhaps the Ultramarines had accepted Thrax's judgment. Perhaps Leandros's accusation had become the final truth recorded beside his name. Titus could endure the idea of execution. Dishonor without conclusion was harder. Thrax never found the corruption he wanted because it was not there. The irony would have been almost amusing had it not been imperial. While investigating the Grey Slayers, a chapter whose own history had become entangled with forbidden influence, the Inquisitor, who had spent decades searching Titus for demonic taint, became compromised himself. Possession did not arrive wearing obvious monstrosity at first. It moved through certainty, secrets, and the arrogance of a man accustomed to judging every soul but his own. By the time the truth became undeniable, forces existed to answer it. The Grey Knights descended with the finality reserved for corruption. Among the Emperor's transhuman servants, the tainted were exterminated. Thrax died beneath the weapons of warriors created for precisely the enemy he had claimed to hunt. No herald came to Titus's stasis vault to announce vindication. No official apology was entered into the silence around him. The Imperium did not apologize. It reclassified. Records were opened, seals examined, and assets assessed. Titus's innocence did not restore the century stolen from him. It simply made him a surviving problem belonging to a dead Inquisitor. The Red Hunters found the prisoners. When Titus awakened again, the armor around him was not inquisitorial black, but the colors of another chapter, and for several seconds he expected another phase of interrogation. Instead, a space marine told him that Thrax was dead, and that no sufficient evidence of corruption had been found in Titus's case. The words should have been liberation. They felt strangely empty. "Macragge?" Titus asked. The Red Hunter did not answer immediately, and that hesitation was enough. The Imperium remained at war. The Ultramarines endured. Titus had simply ceased to possess a place among them that he could recognize. At Watcher Keep, faced with the question of what should become of him, he chose the Death Watch. He surrendered his colors willingly. The blue plate that had marked him as a son of Guilliman was replaced by black. The silvered arm of the Long Vigil remained the only heraldry he accepted openly. When asked for a name, he did not give the one carved into the histories of the Second Company. "Nullus," he said. "Nothing. No one." The title suited a warrior who believed his old life had been judged, archived, and forgotten. The Death Watch did not require Nullus to explain himself before every engagement. That alone made service almost merciful. Kill teams were assembled from warriors whose chapters possessed rival doctrines, ancient grudges, and radically different understandings of honor. A son of Dawn might regard retreat as nearly indistinguishable from shame. A warrior descended from the Khan might interpret immobility as tactical death. Others favored stealth, overwhelming force, close assault, or the destruction of a threat before it even understood it had been discovered. Nullus argued little. He observed. On one Xenos clearance action, a younger battle brother insisted that the enemy's fortified nest could be broken by direct assault. Nullus studied the access routes and shook his head. The walls are irrelevant. The warrior looked at him. They are the principal defense. Nullus pointed towards the thermal projection. The creatures evacuate heat through those shafts, incinerate the interior through the vents, and they abandon the walls themselves. Another Marine asked how he knew. Nullus checked the magazine seated in his bolt weapon. Because they built their refuge to survive attack, not fire. The kill team followed his plan. The Xenos died outside their own fortifications. Nullus did not celebrate. He had learned long ago that every enemy taught the method of its death to anyone patient enough to watch. Then Hive Fleet Leviathan opened another front in mankind's endless war, and the Death Watch was sent where specialized knowledge could purchase survival, measured in hours. Kill Team Kassaran entered the Residius system aboard a Corvus Black Star, its engines screaming through an atmosphere made turbulent by spores, ash, and the passage of immense tyrannid organisms. Nullus stood locked into the troop compartment while tactical runes multiplied across his helm display. Winged contacts appeared first by the dozens, then by the hundreds. The pilot altered course violently. Gargoyle swarms converging. Heavy weapons opened from the gunship. Explosive rounds tore organisms apart in mid-air, but the swarm flowed around the losses. Larger winged creatures struck next. Talons scraped across the Black Star's hull. Something impacted the starboard engine hard enough to throw every warrior against his restraints. Warning klaxons filled the compartment. Engine failure. A second impact came from below. The craft rolled. Nullus heard the pilot say, "Brace," and then the world became metal, impact, and fire. The Corvus Black Star carved through alien-infested terrain before tearing itself apart. Nullus regained awareness, hanging half sideways against a restraint, his helm flooded with red warnings. One Deathwatch brother was already dead, a section of the gunship's internal frame driven through his chest. Another cut himself free while ammunition cooked in a nearby compartment. "Out," Nullus ordered. The survivors emerged into an ecosystem already being rewritten by the Tyranids. Spores drifted through the air like diseased snow. Organic towers pulsed in the distance. Dead vegetation had been reduced to slurry beneath feeder organisms. Auspec's returns were useless through sheer density. Every direction contained life, and almost all of it had been bred to kill. The kill team moved towards the mission objective, while Gaunts tested them repeatedly, attacking in brief waves, withdrawing and returning from altered angles. Nullus recognized the pattern. "They are measuring us." One brother spat a curse. "Animals do not measure." Nullus fired through a warrior's skull and watched the surrounding Gaunts stagger in their coordination. These are not animals. The battle thickened until movement became killing. Bolters thundered through spores. Flamers turned broods into shrieking shapes wrapped in orange fire. Living ammunition struck Deathwatch armor and burst into acid that hissed across ceramite. A brother went down when a Tyranid warrior drove a bone zord through his abdomen. Nullus severed the creature's arm, shot it twice through the thorax, and dragged the wounded Marine clear before lesser organisms could dismember him. They lost another warrior at a ravine when winged organisms descended from the mist and carried him from the formation. His vox transmitted impacts and a single roar of rage before cutting out. Nullus kept moving. The Tyranids did not hate them. That made the killing worse. Hatred contained recognition. The hive mind regarded the Deathwatch as concentrations of useful biomass whose destruction served a larger feeding process. The Carnifex announced itself by smashing through a stand of half-digested trees. Heavy weapons engaged immediately. Plasma burned across its carapace. Bolter fire detonated against joints and sensory organs. A melter blast peeled a slab of armor from one shoulder and exposed steaming tissue beneath. The beast continued forward. "Concentrate on the damaged quarter," Nullus ordered. More fire struck. The Carnifex lowered its head and charged. The first Deathwatch brother it reached disappeared beneath the impact, power armor collapsing inward while blood burst from broken seals. The creature drove another warrior into the ground with one massive limb and twisted until ceramite split and the torso beneath came apart. Nullus fired into the exposed shoulder until his weapon locked empty. He discarded it, drew his blade, and moved inside the creature's reach because there was nowhere else left to go. The Carnifex struck him before he completed the attack. His breastplate caved. Ribs engineered to withstand trauma broke beneath the force. He hit the ground hard enough to lose vision for a second. When it returned, the beast was above him. A talon penetrated his armor and opened his side. Blood filled the inside of his plate. Nullus attempted to rise. His body did not obey. He lay among dead brothers beneath a sky filled with alien wings and understood that this might finally be the end of Demetrian Titus. There was no bitterness in the thought. Nullus had been created because Titus believed there was nowhere left to return. Dying in the long vigil possessed a simplicity the previous century had denied him. He had fought. He had obeyed. He had killed the Emperor's enemies. No tribunal was required to determine whether the service counted. The Carnifex moved somewhere beyond his narrowing vision. Nullus tried once more to raise his weapon and could not feel his hand. Across the psychic darkness choking the system, Varro Tigurius felt something impossible. The chief librarian of the Ultramarines stood within the righteous fury, the vessel that had once carried Titus beneath Trajan's command, and pressed his consciousness against the crushing presence of the shadow in the warp. Tyrannid proximity turned the immaterium into a psychic storm of hunger, a billion predatory impulses compressed into one intolerable pressure. Lesser psychers would have broken. Tigurius endured long enough to sense one mind among the violence, buried beneath pain and approaching death. Recognition struck harder than surprise. He knew the imprint. He had known it before the Inquisition took Titus from Graia. "Alter course," Tigurius said. An officer stared at him. "My lord?" The librarian opened his eyes. Blood ran from one nostril. "There are Deathwatch survivors on Kadaku." The officer consulted the tactical display. "We have no confirmed signal." Tigurius turned towards him. "I did not say there was a signal." Ultramarines forces descended into the killing zone and found the remnants of Kill Team Kassaran amid Tyrannid corpses. The black shield they recovered barely resembled a living Astartes. His armor had been opened in multiple places. One lung had collapsed. Internal organs were ruptured, secondary systems failing under massive blood loss and trauma. He should have died before reaching the apothecarian. An apothecary cut away sections of black plate and stopped when he saw scars that were older than the Deathwatch armor. Tigurius stood at the edge of the chamber. "Save him." The apothecary looked at the readings. "Conventional reconstruction will not." "Then do not use conventional reconstruction." The Calgarian rites began before Titus regained consciousness. Crossing the Rubicon Primaris was spoken of by those outside the apothecarian as ascension. Inside it, ascension looked like butchery performed with sacred precision. Bones were cut and reinforced. Organs already engineered beyond human limits were manipulated, while Medici servitors kept failing systems from collapsing. The Magnificat was implanted to alter the function of the body itself. The Belisarian furnace was added as another brutal reserve against death. Musculature was opened, restructured, and forced to accept a larger frame. Titus's heart stopped more than once. Combat stimulants, transfusions, and machine-regulated life support dragged him back. There was no clean moment when an old warrior became a Primaris space marine. There were only hours in which every intervention threatened to kill him, followed by more intervention because stopping would kill him with greater certainty. When Titus awakened, the ceiling was ultramarine blue. For several seconds he believed it another interrogation technique. Then Tigurius entered. Titus tried to rise. Pain drove him back against the medici slab. His body felt subtly wrong, stretched into unfamiliar proportions, power moving through muscles with a strength his instincts had not yet learned to measure. "Chief Librarian," he said. "Titus." The name hurt more than the surgery. Tigurius told him what Thrax had done and what had happened afterward. He told him that Calgar had sought his return. He told him that the chapter had not condemned him. Titus listened without interruption, because after more than a century, the words were too large to answer immediately. "I believed the chapter had abandoned me," he said at last. "It did not. I abandoned the name. You survived." Titus looked at the black fragment of Deathwatch plate lying upon a nearby workbench. Nullus survived. Tigurius's expression remained severe. "Then let Nullus rest." Marneus Calgar's judgment came afterward. Titus was cleared of the suspicions that had followed Graia and restored to the chapter, though not to the captaincy he had once held. The second company had continued without him, as it had been required to do. Sevastus Acheran commanded now. Titus received the rank of lieutenant and accepted it without objection. There was no insult in serving beneath another captain. Trajan had taught him that rank existed because responsibility required someone to carry it. Titus had lost a century, not the meaning of duty. Acheran met him armed and ready for war rather than ceremony. The captain studied the returned warrior for a moment, perhaps considering the strange fact that the lieutenant before him had commanded the same company long before Acheran inherited it. Titus offered no explanation and expected none. Acheran activated a tactical display. "We have orders." Titus looked at the enemy dispositions. For more than a century, men had asked him to explain why he lived. Acheran simply pointed towards the war. "Lieutenant, take your squad and break their eastern line." Titus reached for his helm. "Yes, Captain." Robut Gilliman had expected the Imperium to change while he lay dying upon Macraga. He had not expected mankind to make a religion from the ruins. 10,000 years had passed around his motionless body, and when he returned to consciousness, he found statues raised to men he had known as brothers, prayers spoken to machines before operators dared activate them, bureaucracies whose procedures had survived long after anyone remembered why those procedures existed, and trillions of human beings who looked upon him not merely as a general or primarch, but as the divine son of a divine emperor. Gilliman found the worship intolerable, and the necessity behind it worse. The Imperium was not the rational stellar civilization he had helped build during the Great Crusade. It was a carcass that had somehow learned to march, carrying 1,000,000 worlds through history by inertia, faith, sacrifice, and quantities of human blood so immense that loss had ceased to possess meaning beyond columns in administratum ledgers. The cicatrix maledictum had torn that dying colossus open from one side of the galaxy to the other. The Astronomicon could no longer be seen from vast regions beyond the Great Rift. Fleets translated into the Immaterium and never returned. Entire systems existed for years without knowing whether Terra still stood. Demons manifested on worlds whose populations had once believed such things belonged only to forbidden scripture. Gilliman's resurrection was celebrated as a miracle by those around him. To the Primarch himself, it felt more like awakening during the final hours of a siege, and discovering that the walls had already been breached everywhere at once. Ultramar should have been the one place where that despair had been moderated by what he had built. Instead, its wounds became the most intimate evidence of failure. The Plague Wars carried Mortarian's filth across worlds Gilliman remembered as ordered, prosperous, and almost offensively beautiful by Imperial standards. The Death Guard did not merely conquer, they contaminated. Rivers became viscous with disease, crops ripened into suppurating masses, corpses swelled until skin tore beneath internal gases, and plague flies boiled from opened mouths. Battlefield casualties rose again after death, bloated bodies jerking beneath rusted armor as unnatural infections drove them against former comrades. Eax wounded Guilliman more deeply than most. The Garden of Ultramar had once represented everything he considered worth preserving, an agri-world renowned for abundance rather than misery. During the wars, it became a hospital world, accepting the sick and wounded in colossal numbers until corruption escaped quarantine and turned healing wards into incubation chambers. Demons emerged where Medicae had attempted to save human lives. Mortarion sought to transform the world itself into something belonging to Nurgle, and although Guilliman survived the confrontation with his fallen brother, victory could not cleanse what had been done. Ajax was too corrupted to save. Exterminatus followed. A world that had fed generations of Ultramar burned because the only remaining cure was planetary death. Guilliman returned to the maps afterward and recognized the same truth he had understood after the Horus heresy. A realm existed only while its institutions could defend the people and resources contained within it. The Ultramar of the era Indomitus was not the dominion he remembered. Its ancient boundaries had contracted across millennia of heretic assault, Xenos invasion, administrative incompetence, and simple attrition. The Great Rift made weakness more dangerous still. The Eastern Imperium needed something capable of enduring even when terror could not answer. Shipyards that produced warships, agri-worlds capable of feeding crusade armies, fortified systems guarding viable warp approaches, manufactoria producing weapons and ammunition, astropathic relays carrying orders, and populations drilled to resist the first hours of invasion without waiting for angels to descend from the heavens. Reclaiming the old 500 worlds could not be an indulgence in nostalgia. Guilliman had personally dismantled much of their political unity 10,000 years before. Restoring them now had to serve a strategic purpose greater than pride. If the wider Imperium had become a bleeding giant, staggering backwards beneath endless attack, then Ultramar would become a fist closed around enough strength to strike forward. He restored an office almost as old as the realm itself. The Tetrarchs returned not as ceremonial governors, but as instruments of reconquest. Severus Agamemnon, first captain of the Ultramarines and survivor of wars enough to consume mortal dynasties, took responsibility for one great arc of expansion. Decimus Androdinus Felix accepted. Another, a warrior of the Primaris generations, whose service had carried him through Guilliman's new age of crusade. Porton of the Genesis chapter received his own domain of responsibility, as did Balthus of the Doom Eagles. They did not become independent kings. Guilliman had no more patience for such pretensions now than he had during the Great Crusade. Each tetrarch possessed authority because impossible distances demanded commanders capable of acting without waiting for Macraga, and each understood that the worlds reclaimed beneath his direction belonged to a greater architecture. Their fleets pushed outwards. Some systems submitted when confronted with envoys carrying Guilliman's decree. Others answered with gun batteries. Heretics had occupied former holdings. Xenos had infested others. Planetary rulers who had inherited generations of effective independence occasionally discovered that ancestral allegiance to Ultramar sounded less attractive when an imperial fleet appeared to collect the obligations that accompanied it. The old boundaries began expanding again, but every world painted blue upon a hololith demanded ships, troops, administrators, and protection. Guilliman refused to answer that burden by quietly rebuilding the 13th Legion. He understood too well what such a concentration would mean, both militarily and politically. Instead, he reached into the inheritance created by the very reforms that had once dismantled his empire. 9 successor chapters were designated as shield chapters of Ultramar: the Reborn, the Scythes of the Emperor, the Silver Skulls, the Avenging Sons, the Sons of Aura, the Nova Marines, the Praetors of Ultramar, the Doom Eagles, and the Aquiloan Brotherhood would lend their strength to the defense of the expanding realm while preserving their own identities and independent chains of command. Some had lost their homeworlds beyond the madness of the Great Rift and received bases within Ultramar from which they could continue the long war. Their heraldry differed. Their customs differed. Centuries had shaped Guilliman's descendants into warriors. Their common ancestors would not always have recognized at a glance, but their existence allowed Ultramar to concentrate Astartes' power without placing that power beneath one Legion master. Guilliman had spent 10,000 years as a corpse, while his old solution matured into the answer for a new problem. Dimitri and Titus experienced that reconstruction from considerably closer to the blood. He served beneath Captain Sevastus Acheron without resentment and without the elaborate tension lesser men might have expected between them. Acheron knew precisely who his lieutenant had once been. He knew Titus had commanded the second company before his own birth as an Astartes, had fought upon Graia, endured the Inquisition, served the Death Watch as a black shield, and returned from supposed death through the Calgarian rites. Titus knew equally well that none of those facts changed the command hierarchy. Acheron was captain, Titus was lieutenant. That was sufficient. During a war council aboard the Righteous Fury, Acheron once handed Titus responsibility for an assault group and said, "You commanded this company before I did." Titus examined the hololithic terrain rather than the captain. "I do not command it now." Acheron's mouth tightened slightly. Some officers would find that difficult. Titus looked up. Then they value the wrong part of command. Nothing further was said. Thereafter, Acheron gave him orders in the same manner he gave them to any trusted lieutenant, and Titus obeyed without requiring anyone to acknowledge what had once been painted upon his pauldron. Gadriel and Chiron learned the same simplicity through battle. There had been distrust between Gadriel and Titus, sharpened by secrecy, uncertainty, and the weight of an authority Titus had been reluctant to explain. War stripped much of that away. On one shattered imperial world, the three advanced through a manufacturum district where traitor forces had converted assembly lines into defensive corridors. Autocannon shells hammered the ferrocrete around them, spraying fist-sized fragments through smoke. Gadriel reported, "Enemy heavy weapon, upper gantry, 60 meters." Titus had already seen it. "Chiron, suppress. Gadriel, right access." Chiron's bolt rifle began firing before the final word left Titus's mouth. The gunner above disappeared behind detonations, while Gadriel crossed through the opening without asking why. Titus followed. They breached the access stairwell, killed the defenders, and reached the weapon position before the enemy could relocate. A cultist turned from the autocannon and received Gadriel's combat knife beneath the jaw. The blade punched through palate and brain, and Gadriel ripped it free as the body dropped against the ammunition feed. "Clear," he said. Titus looked once towards the next corridor. "Advance." There were no speeches about trust. Trust was Chiron firing exactly where expected, while Gadriel moved through fire because Titus had told him the route would hold. The wars accumulated. Vigilus, the impossible geometries and blank horror surrounding the pariah nexus. Ultramar under plague. The wars against Hive Fleet Leviathan. The names mattered less than what each left behind. Damaged impulsors required replacement gravitic assemblies. Dreadnoughts accumulated battle damage that no invocation could repair without rare components. Apothecaries recovered gene seed from brothers whose bodies had been reduced to pulped organs inside shattered armor. Thunderhawks returned with holes burned through wings, and sometimes did not return at all. Bolter magazines were replenished by Manufactoria, whose workers would never see the wars consuming their production. A battle might be entered into a chronicle as an imperial victory, while the armory recorded 3,000 fewer bolt rounds, 6 ruined suits of power armor, 2 dead specialists, and a transport whose reactor would never function again. The Imperium could win territory faster than it could replace expertise. A dead intercessor might be replaced eventually. A dead tech marine represented decades of irreplaceable knowledge. A destroyed gunship represented resources that might already be allocated to 3 other fronts. Titus learned to read victory through what remained afterward. On a world assaulted by tyrannids, he stood beside a Keren, while servitors recovered progenoid glands from fallen ultramarines before digestion organisms could reach the bodies. Around them, the dead lay mixed together. Gaunts had been ripped open by explosive bolts until organs and broken chitin covered the ground in heaps. One ultramarine had been cut apart at the waist. His lower body lay several meters from the torso, while an apothecary worked through the shattered breastplate with mechanical precision. A Keren looked towards the distant Imperial standards being raised above the recaptured defense station. They will call this a decisive victory. Titus watched a servitor lift a sealed gene seed canister. Was it? Acheron considered the burning horizon. Ask me after we have held the world for a year. Titus nodded. The answer stayed with him. The reclamation of Ultramar would be measured not by how many worlds its armies could seize, but by how many remained Imperial when those armies moved onward. Acheron received the report from Trig, while the second company was dispersed across several obligations. The Hive world was not glorious enough to occupy illuminated histories, but its position made it vital. Trig guarded the Pyremote system against the growing threat of Tyrannid incursion. Its hive populations supplied bodies, labor, and defensive depth. Its fortifications formed part of the barrier protecting worlds behind it. A Departamento Munitorum survey vessel had descended to conduct what should have been routine work, accompanied by an escort drawn from the Mordian Iron Guard. Then, both forces disappeared. No orderly distress message followed. No request for reinforcement reached Sector Command. Astropaths detected only a single psychic scream before all contact ended. Acheron replayed the transmission aboard the Righteous Fury. There was almost nothing to hear in any conventional sense. Static climbed, distorted into an impossible human sound, and terminated abruptly. Chiron stood opposite the captain. "Tyrannids?" he asked. Acheron studied the system display. "Possibly." Titus examined the timing. A conventional invasion would produce more traffic before communications failed. "Unless the shadow closed around them rapidly," Chiron said. Titus inclined his head. "Possible, but the survey vessel vanished before Planetary Command reported open attack." Acheron enlarged the hive schematics received before communication was lost. "Then we determine what happened before whatever caused it reaches the rest of the Pyremote." System. He selected strike assets, rather than assembling the entire company. Speed mattered more than spectacle. Lieutenant Chiron would accompany him with a force sufficient to investigate the principal hive and reinforce its command structure if required. Titus would not. His existing orders placed him elsewhere, overseeing operations whose abandonment would open another vulnerability. For a moment, Acheron looked at the distribution of forces and seemed to consider changing it. Titus spared him the decision. "My assignment remains active." Acheron nodded. "It does." There was no dramatic protest. Space Marines could not behave as though every trusted brother must remain within arm's reach, simply because the galaxy killed men without warning. Acheron had commanded the Second Company through Vigilus, the Pariah Nexus, the Plague Wars, and the Tyrannic fighting. Chiron had earned his place beside him. Trig required examination. Titus had his own duty. Acheron transmitted his final instructions before departure, in the tone of a captain expecting to speak with his lieutenant again. "Complete the reinforcement schedule. Redirect the reserve stores to the northern route if the convoy arrives before us. I will send an assessment when we establish contact planetside." Titus answered, "Acknowledged, Captain. Courage and honor." Acheron returned the words. Then the transmission closed. The strike force descended upon Trig through layers of industrial haze and found a hive that looked loyal from the air. Imperial heraldry remained upon its towers. Defense batteries had not fired upon the approaching Thunderhawks. Vox authorities answered with enough correct codes to permit entry. What waited beneath the surface had spent generations learning how to resemble obedience. The first bodies found belonging to the Munitorum delegation had been opened with industrial tools. The Mordians died farther below, their disciplined firing positions buried beneath masses of human dead, whose anatomy contained details no uncorrupted human should possess. Some had additional arms folded beneath torn garments. Others possessed ridged skulls and eyes too dark for mankind. Symbols scratched into maintenance passages matched no sanctioned worker guild. The infestation reached downward into the Undercity and upward towards the governing spires. By the time Acheran understood the scale of it, the cult understood that concealment had ended. The hive erupted. Mining lasers intended to cut ore-struck power armor with beams capable of drilling through ceramite. Autogun fire poured from hab windows. Demolition charges collapsed transit corridors behind ultramarine squads. Workers who had bowed beneath imperial statues hours earlier emerged carrying blades, industrial explosives, and icons of the many-armed alien god their bloodlines had worshipped in secret. Acheran's strike force killed them by the hundred. It made no meaningful difference. Every district produced more. Reports arrived of sabotage among planetary defense installations. The cult had not intended merely to seize the hive. It meant to open Trig when the Tyranids came. Acheran stood before the hive command nexus, while warning runes multiplied around him. If they reach the defense grid, the world is compromised. Chiron looked towards the schematic. We can withdraw and request planetary bombardment, and leave them access to the surface batteries while we wait. Acheran's eyes moved across an older layer of the hive schematics, one constructed in an age when atomic war between cities had been considered a realistic possibility. Vast containment doors divided the hive into armored compartments, seals kilometers thick in places, designed to isolate population centers from catastrophic attack. The protocols had not been activated in centuries. Chiron saw where his captain was looking. If you trigger those seals, we remain inside. Yes. The cult remains inside. Yes. Chiron checked the ammunition indicator on his bolt rifle. He did not ask whether Acheran understood the price. Then give the order. Deep within Trig, machinery older than living memory awakened. Warning klaxons changed pitch. Across transit arteries wide enough for armored columns, adamantine gates began descending. Armored shutters closed over hive apertures. Secondary passages were crushed beneath locking mechanisms whose machine spirits had waited centuries to fulfill their sole purpose. Civilians screamed and ran as doors sealed district from district. Cultists rushed towards narrowing gaps and were pulped beneath thousands of tons of descending metal. Acheran watched the tactical display disappear section by section as the hive severed itself from the world. The final anti-atomic seals engaged. Trig closed around the ultramarines like a tomb. The deeper Captain Sevastus Acheran descended into Trig, the less the uprising resembled an uprising. Rebellions possessed beginnings. They generated grievances, leaders, manifestos, ammunition caches, districts where sedition first escaped whispered conspiracy and became open war. Trig possessed none of those comforting boundaries. The infection was older than the men fighting it. It threaded through worker guilds, manufacturum shifts, transit authorities, hab supervisors, and noble households, until Acheran ceased thinking of the Genestealer cult as an enemy hiding within the hive, and understood instead that the hive had been growing around the cult for generations. The Undercity had supplied bodies. The industrial strata had supplied explosives and mining weapons. The upper spires had supplied authority, access codes, and officials capable of diverting investigators away from disappearances that should have drawn attention decades earlier. Every human institution had become another layer of camouflage over an alien reproductive strategy whose patience made ordinary conspiracy look childish. Lieutenant Chiron stood beside a Karen within a security nexus, while Auspec's projections showed hostile contacts multiplying across districts previously marked secure. They were waiting, Chiron said. Acheran studied the surface defense grid. Sabotage alerts were appearing beside macro cannon emplacements, void shield generators, and orbital tracking stations. Not for us. He enlarged the pyromote system. Somewhere beyond its outer reaches, hive fleet tendrils prowled through the darkness. For the Tyranids, when the swarm reaches Trig, these bastards mean to open every gate. The uprising erupted fully before the Ultramarines could withdraw or isolate its leadership. Mining lasers flashed down transit corridors, weapons intended to carve through mineral seams, striking with enough energy to bore smoking holes through ceramite. Brother Acastus took one through the abdomen. His power armor held for less than a heartbeat before the beam punched into him, flash-boiling organs and blowing a fist-sized cone of meat from his back. He remained upright long enough to fire 3 bolt rounds before his legs failed. Autoguns opened from hab apertures above the Space Marines, bullets hammering plate in metallic storms, while improvised bombs rolled beneath barricades. Acheran ordered the formation forward, instead of allowing the cultists to fix them in place. Bolt rifles answered with disciplined thunder. Human bodies burst beneath mass-reactive detonations, torsos opening into clouds of blood and fragments of spine as the Ultramarines drove through the first barricade. Then maintenance panels behind them exploded outward, and hybrids poured from passages the hive schematics did not show. Some wore industrial overalls, stretched across malformed bodies, third and fourth arms clutching knives, auto pistols and blasting charges. Others had abandoned almost every pretense of humanity, their skulls ridged, eyes black, and mouths split by needle teeth. Chiron pivoted before the first creature reached him and fired through its face. The bolt round detonated inside the hybrid's cranium and sprayed the wall behind it with grey matter and bone. "Rear contact," he voxed. The warning was unnecessary. Every direction had become rear contact. Acheran received casualty reports from squads separated by kilometers of hive architecture. One transit hub had been brought down deliberately upon an ultramarine fire team. Another squad found civilians packed into a shrine and discovered too late that blasting charges had been sewn beneath their clothing. The cult had weaponized the very population the Space Marines had come to protect. Conventional containment vanished beneath the weight of the infection. Acheran could bombard one district and discover another infested behind him. He could seize the upper spires and leave the Undercity free to reach the planetary defense network through maintenance systems older than the current Hive administration. Worse, the cult's objective was not survival. Its worshippers believed the coming Tyranids were divine deliverance. Threatening them with death meant nothing. They wanted to die at the moment their gods descended from the stars. The anti-atomic lockdown protocols offered the only solution brutal enough to matter. When Acheran transmitted the activation codes, Trig itself seemed to awaken. Ancient sirens wailed through millions of cubic meters of hab space. Warning lumens shifted from yellow to blood red. Machinery buried within the hive since an age of forgotten planetary wars moved for the first time in centuries. Adamantine shutters descended over transit routes. Blast doors thick enough to survive atomic overpressure ground through rust, debris, and bodies alike. Thousands of cultists rushed for narrowing apertures as they understood what was happening. Some reached the gaps. Others were caught beneath closing mechanisms and crushed so completely that blood erupted across the floor ahead of the descending gates. A man's torso remained visible beneath one seal for an instant, hands beating frantically against metal, while everything below his ribs had already become pulp. Then the door completed its descent and cut him in half. Bulkheads kilometers apart locked together, dividing the hive into immense armored compartments. External vox vanished as signal conduits were severed by isolation procedures. Thunderhawks remaining inside could no longer reach launch apertures. The city became a prison. Charon watched the final external route disappear on the tactical display. "No extraction," he said. Acheron reloaded his bolt rifle. "No." Charon checked his own remaining ammunition. "Then we kill enough of them that whoever opens these doors finds less work waiting." There was no speech about sacrifice. No oath required embellishment. Both warriors knew what had been purchased by sealing the hive. The Genestealer cult could no longer reach Trigg's principal planetary defenses. The Tyranids would arrive to find a world capable of shooting back. What happened to the Space Marines inside was therefore secondary. Acheron began reorganizing immediately. Ammunition was counted by squad and redistributed according to probable contact density. The wounded were consolidated around strongpoints with access to functional medici stores. Apothecaries received priority protection because every dead ultramarine represented gene seed that could still be recovered for the chapter. Routes were marked according to which bulkheads remained traversable. Demolition charges were reserved for brood nests, not merely tactical convenience. "We do not defend one chamber until they bury us beneath bodies," Acheron told the surviving sergeants. "We strike their concentrations, destroy anything capable of coordinating the uprising, and fall back before they can mass against us." Chiron studied the map. A war of attrition. Acheron looked at the hostile contacts already gathering beyond the nearest sealed district. "One we cannot win." Chiron seated a fresh magazine. "Then we make losing expensive." The first day cost them ammunition. The second cost them brothers. By the third, the distinction had become difficult to maintain. Genestealer cultists attacked through service ducts, sewage processors, cargo shafts, and ventilation trunks too small for armored humans, but wide enough for pure-strain Genestealers to crawl through with obscene speed. The creatures struck from darkness faster than autosenses could comfortably track. Brother Tertius died when claws penetrated the gorget beneath his helm and opened his throat, the Genestealer ripping sideways until reinforced vertebrae parted, and the Marine's head came away in a fountain of arterial blood. Another warrior emptied half a magazine into the creature at point-blank range and reduced its thorax to purple meat before it stopped moving. Every engagement contaminated weapons and armor with blood. Chainswords clogged. Bolt rifles accumulated fouling despite constant rites of maintenance. Scratches became gouges. Gouges became sections of plate, replaced with scavenged industrial armor, welded over damaged ceramite. Apothecaries worked under fire, cutting progenoid glands from dead brothers, while cultists hammered at barricades only meters away. More than once, Acheron assigned an entire squad to recover gene seed from a corpse, because allowing the chapter's future to rot inside abandoned armor was another defeat he would not grant the enemy freely. On the fourth day, ammunition discipline became absolute. Bolt rifles were no longer used against unarmored cultists, unless rangers made lesser weapons inadequate. Autoguns taken from the dead appeared in the hands of wounded ultramarines, whose primary weapons had been destroyed. Frag grenades were stripped from cultist corpses and redistributed. Flamers became precious because fire could deny narrow passages to massed attackers without consuming hundreds of bolt rounds. Acheron's warriors fought with combat blades when possible and chainswords when necessary. One sergeant's chainsword lost 6 teeth after repeated impacts against bone and industrial armor. He continued using it until the motor seized, then reversed the weapon and smashed a hybrid skull apart with the pommel. The cultists possessed no equivalent ammunition crisis. Every hab block contained workshops. Every industrial level contained explosives. Every dead worker could be replaced by another worshipper drawn from families that had bred for generations beneath the same alien curse. The Ultramarines killed hundreds and then thousands, yet the hive continued producing bodies. They did not wait passively for extinction. Acheron led a counterattack into a brood sanctuary built beneath a manufactorum chapel, where machinery once blessed to the Omnissiah had been covered in alien iconography. The walls were slick with biological secretion. Human skulls surrounded a crude, many-armed idol assembled from industrial scrap, and beneath it, hundreds of cultists knelt, while a patriarchal presence moved somewhere in the darkness behind them. "Burn it," Acheron ordered. Promethium washed across worshippers before they could rise. Men and hybrids became black shapes thrashing inside the fire, skin splitting and sloughing from limbs, while burning fat spread flame across the floor. The Ultramarines pushed through the screaming congregation and planted demolition charges against structural supports. Chiron killed an aberrant at arm's reach after the thing survived, repeated bolter impacts, and swung an industrial hammer capable of crushing armor. The weapon clipped Chiron's pauldron and broke ceramite from the shoulder. He stepped inside the next stroke, drove his combat blade through the creature's eye, and buried it to the hilt. "Charges set," he reported. Acheron ordered withdrawal. The sanctuary collapsed behind them, burying brood chambers, weapon stores, and whatever psychic authority had hidden below, beneath tens of thousands of tons of manufactorum. Each such victory weakened the cult. Each also diminished the force capable of winning the next one. The Ultramarines' defended territory contracted to a chain of strongpoints, linked by corridors, whose walls had become records of previous battles. Bodies lay where fighting had been too intense to permit removal. Astartes' corpses remained sitting behind barricades, armor split open, while the dead of the cult accumulated around them in grotesque embankments. Blood dried black across deck plating. Human entrails hung from cable conduits. Auspex displays failed one after another. Armor warnings became so constant that warriors muted non-essential alerts. Acheron's own left vambrace had been patched twice, his breastplate cratered by mining laser splash and autogun fire. Chiron's armor bore deep claw scores across the abdomen, where a genestealer had nearly opened him. Their last functioning strongpoints began falling in sequence. Chiron held Junction Theta, while Acheron attempted to consolidate the remaining warriors around the primary transit nexus. The lieutenant's final position overlooked a corridor broad enough for 4 armored vehicles abreast. Cultists filled it from wall to wall. Heavy stubbers hammered the ultramarine barricade, while mining lasers burned through cover. Chiron and 6 brothers answered with the last of their disciplined bolt fire. Bodies burst apart across the corridor. A hybrid lost 3 arms and continued crawling forward until a bolt entered its open mouth. Then pure strains came across the walls and ceiling. Brother Hesper was pulled over the barricade and disappeared beneath them. His vox transmitted a roar, followed by wet impacts as claws tore his armor open. Chiron killed one creature, then another. His bolt rifle clicked empty. He drew his sword. Acheron heard the lieutenant's voice through collapsing vox interference. "Captain, hostile concentration moving through." "Theta towards your western approach." Gunfire almost drowned him out. "Strength?" Acheron asked. A pause followed, filled with screaming. "Enough." Chiron gave him 3 junction coordinates. "Collapse those intersections when they pass." Acheron understood what that meant. The demolition would kill anything still holding Theta. "Chiron." The lieutenant's answer came immediately. "Target information transmitted. Do not waste it." Acheron closed his eyes for less than a second. "Courage and honor." Chiron's sword could be heard striking something through the open channel. "Courage and honor, Captain." The transmission ended before the charges detonated. Acheron triggered them. 3 levels of transit architecture collapsed simultaneously. Millions of tons of stone, metal, and machinery crushed the cult advance beneath them. The shockwave reached Acheron's position seconds later. Dust rolled through the corridor. Chiron's life rune disappeared from the tactical display. No one commented. There were too few brothers left for grief to serve any immediate function. The last captain of Trig fought until his bolt rifle was empty, then until his bolt pistol was empty, then until the teeth of his chainsword snapped against the bones of the creatures surrounding him. His remaining warriors died around him in fragments. One vanished beneath a mining laser blast that opened his chest and sprayed the wall with cooked organs. Another was dragged down by hybrids that hacked at armor joints with industrial cutters until blood filled the gaps. Acheran broke the neck of one cultist with his gauntlet, drove his ruined chainsword through another's sternum, and used the corpse as a barrier against incoming autogun fire. The weapon finally seized inside a hybrid's ribcage. He released it and continued with his combat blade. Bodies packed the floor so deeply that the living stumbled over the dead. Acheran no longer possessed a tactical display worth consulting. The hive had become sound, blood, muzzle flashes, and the knowledge that every cultist dying within these sealed walls was one fewer creature waiting to betray Trig when the hive mind came. His final ammunition counter showed nothing. Acheran smiled without humor and charged. Imperial reinforcements opened Trig after the cult had exhausted itself, trying to kill the angels of death trapped inside. They found no surviving space marines. Every warrior who had entered with Acheran was dead. Chiron's remains were recovered beneath the collapsed approaches to Junction Theta amid heaps of hybrids killed by blade, bolt, and falling ferrocrete. Acheran was found farther inward, where the last strongpoint had stood. Bodies surrounded him in numbers that made the recovery officers wonder how anything had remained alive long enough to kill him. The Genestealer cult had not been annihilated, but it had been gutted. Without the forces sacrificed inside the lockdown, it could have shattered Trig's defenses before the Tyranids arrived and opened the Pyomote system to devastation. Instead, Imperial troops completed the purge while functioning planetary guns watched the void. News reached Demetrian Titus as a casualty report. He read Acheran's name, he read Chiron's, he read the names of every brother confirmed dead on Trig. There was no body before him, no final transmission, and no battle he could retroactively change by imagining himself present. Titus had been elsewhere because duty had required him elsewhere. That truth did not lighten the weight. By then, the old suspicions surrounding Graia had withered beneath deeds difficult even for the Imperium to ignore. Titus had broken the Tyranid and Thousand Suns threat in the Residius system, survived the mission on Zahouj that should have killed him, and fought Hive Fleet Leviathan through further battles in the Bastior subsector. When the question of Acheran's successor reached Macraga, the answer no longer required prolonged debate. Marneus Calgar regarded Titus across the chamber, where he had once restored him only as a lieutenant. The second company requires a captain. Titus looked towards Acheran's name inscribed among the dead. Yes, my lord. You carried this office before. That does not make it mine. No, Calgar said. Acheran's death makes it vacant. Your service makes you worthy. Titus remembered Lucian Trajan. He remembered receiving command because another captain lay dead. Now history had found him. Again. Then I will carry it. The office brought more than the second company. As captain, Titus inherited the duties of Master of the Watch, charged with safeguarding the realm even while Guilliman's armies expanded its borders. He responded as he always had, by finding people who knew what he did not. Veteran Sergeant Matorus brought centuries of measured experience and the rare authority of a warrior who remembered Titus before any captaincy. Ancient Gadriel carried the second company's standard and offered counsel without ornament or fear. Astropath Dynal Cornelius handled communications through an immaterium that could kill him merely for listening too deeply. Commodore Gaius Silva commanded the great flotillas required to move soldiers, ammunition, and supplies between stars. Plenipotentiary Lucia Vesta dealt with worlds that could be reclaimed more cheaply by words than bombardment. Legatus Aemilia Minervas represented the vast Ultramar Defense Auxilia armies whose mortal soldiers would hold ground long after the Astartes departed. Titus stood with them before a hololithic Ultramar. Newly reclaimed worlds shone blue. Enemy vectors surrounded them. Supply routes stretched farther with every victory. Distress signals pulsed across the expanding frontier. Trig remained marked Imperial. Acheran had purchased that color with his life. Titus looked upon the realm he had been ordered to defend and understood the inheritance fully. Guilliman's armies would continue moving outward. Every conquered world would leave another place behind the spearhead, requiring protection. The 500 worlds were being reborn as a military responsibility before they could become a kingdom again. "Begin," Titus said. The hololith changed. The reclamation became his war. The reclamation did not advance as one army beneath one banner. It spread across Ultramar like the opening of 4 enormous wounds, each front consuming ships, ammunition, soldiers and worlds at a rate that made even the strategium cogitators aboard the righteous fury labor beneath the calculations. Connor burned in the north. Andamung drove southward. Protoss pushed west. Vespator expanded into the east, across the largest and most diffuse theater of the war, where systems rich in agriculture and manufacture sat separated by distances that turned reinforcement into an argument with the warp itself. Robut Guilliman's spearheads moved outward, taking key worlds and breaking enemy concentrations, while auxiliary armies followed behind to occupy what had been reclaimed. Some planetary rulers submitted when Imperial envoys presented the Primarch's decree beneath the shadow of warships. Others opened fire from orbital batteries and discovered how quickly negotiation became bombardment. Every success enlarged the problem. A world returned to Ultramar needed defense ships, astropathic relays, tithe assessments, garrisons, ammunition reserves, medici capacity, and some force capable of suppressing whatever rebels had merely hidden their weapons when the Imperial standards rose. Captain Demetrian Titus stood within the Righteous Fury's hololithic strategium and watched victory manufacture vulnerability. His office as Master of the Watch placed him behind the great spearheads as often as at their tip. The Tetrarchs could conquer. Titus had to ensure that the realm behind them did not become a chain of isolated blue runes, waiting for the enemy to sever them one by one. The Righteous Fury had therefore become less a strike cruiser than a mobile nerve center for a kingdom being rebuilt under fire. Astropath Dynal Cornelius spent hours inside a sanctum smelling of incense, blood, and scorched insulation, forcing messages through an Empyrean crowded by the psychic pressure of tyrannid tendrils and the lingering storms of the Great Rift. Each successful transmission exacted something from him. Capillaries burst in his eyes. Blood ran from his nose. Once he emerged from the choir chamber, unable to remember his own name for several minutes, then demanded the next message before the medici servitors finished cleaning his face. Commodore Gaius Silva fought a different war over fuel, drive maintenance, escort coverage, and transport hulls. "I can move the soldiers or protect the grain convoys," he told Titus, across a projection of 3 subsectors. "I cannot put the same cruisers in both places." Legatus Aemilia Minervas added the requirements of the Ultramar defense. Auxilia, artillery shells, replacement tracks, lasgun cells, field hospitals, armor recovery vehicles, food, respirators, and fresh regiments for worlds that had already consumed the first formations sent to hold them. Titus listened before assigning Astartes strength. A space marine company could tear the command structure from an enemy army in an afternoon. It could not stand watch over hundreds of worlds. "The Auxilia holds what we take," Titus said. "Silva keeps the routes open. My brothers go where the line must be broken." Baruta II and the Ossimandan Way became markers of momentum on the strategium rather than trophies in Titus's mind. One world returned to Ultramar's authority. One predatory obstacle to movement through the region was broken. Neither erased the cost. Armor returned from deployment with plates gouged through to bonding studs. Thunderhawks waited in maintenance cradles, while artificers removed ruined engine sections. Apothecaries carried gene seed canisters to the chapter vaults from brothers who would never see the next reclaimed system. Silver's void ships accumulated damage that could be repaired only by drawing components away from other vessels. Routes lengthened as the front moved. Ships took longer to cycle back to resupply. Astropathic delays widened from hours to days. Titus watched the map grow blue and understood Acheron's old judgment with increasing clarity. A victory could not be measured at the moment the standard was raised. The real judgment came later, when the enemy returned and discovered whether anyone remained to hold the ground. Then Idorus began dying, and the Vespator front ceased to be a problem of controlled expansion. The agri-world had already been pushed towards collapse by Hive Fleet Leviathan before Titus's task force reached the Heliodrus system. Idorus's arable towers rose over continental cultivation zones whose crops fed populations far beyond the world itself. Now Tyrannid swarms moved through them in living tides. General Strake's imperial forces had held long enough for Cornelius's battered astropathic message to reach them, and the knowledge that ultramarines were coming had brought morale where ammunition could not. Titus saw the tactical situation upon translation and rejected piecemeal reinforcement immediately. The Tyrannid presence was too mature. Feeding companies into the existing defense line would merely place fresh biomass into the jaws of an enemy already tightening around the planetary defenders. Silver stood beside him as the void display filled with bioship signatures. "They expect relief from the conventional approach vector," the Commodore said. Titus examined the swarm's disposition. "Then we do not give them one." Silver's finger moved through the projection, tracing the route of a fleet maneuver around the principal Tyrannid concentration. "A flanking attack will expose my lighter vessels." "For how long?" "Long enough to regret it." Titus looked at the surface invasion routes. "You need only make them turn. My brothers will give them another reason to look inward." Ultramar's warships struck the orbiting biofleet from an unexpected vector and converted the void above Idorus into a slaughterhouse measured in hundreds of kilometers. Lance fire cut luminous channels through chitinous armor. Macro cannon shells struck living hulls and burst deep inside organ chambers, vomiting frozen blood, membrane and viscous tissue into vacuum. Bioships writhed under impacts rather than merely drifting crippled. Feeder tendrils spasmed across space. Living projectiles struck Imperial shields in swarms, some bursting into corrosive clouds, while others embedded themselves in armor and began chewing. Silver's ships did not attempt to annihilate the entire Tyrannid presence at range. They forced it to reorient. Thunderhawks and boarding craft used that moment. Titus's warriors punched into wounded organisms through ruptures blasted in their outer shells and found no decks in the human sense. They entered bodies. Passage walls flexed around them. Membranous valves opened and contracted like gigantic throats. Fluids reached their greaves and steamed against hot weapon housings. Feeder organisms dropped from sphincter-like apertures overhead, claws scraping across blue armor, while bolters detonated them so close that alien meat plastered the walls. Brother Helias burned through an internal membrane with a melter weapon, and the ship convulsed around them. "The structure is reacting," Gadriel said. Titus stepped through the smoking wound. "Good. It knows we are hurting it." They carried explosives deeper, following pulsing conduits towards organs whose destruction would cripple the vessel. A gaunt burst from a side cavity and buried its claws beneath an intercessor's pauldron before Titus split the creature from shoulder to pelvis with his master-crafted chainsword. The weapon's teeth hurled black blood and ropes of fibrous tissue across his armor. Another organism spat acid that struck Brother Castor across the helm. Ceramite hissed, paint vanished, and one lens dissolved before Castor tore the blinded helm free and continued firing bareheaded. The walls began contracting around the boarding force, as though the bioship intended to crush the infection inside its own body. "Charges armed," Gadriel reported. Titus checked the extraction rune. "Withdraw." Their retreat became a running gunfight through passages spasming from pain. Behind them, melter charges and demolition packs detonated in sequence. The living corridor bucked hard enough to throw Astartes against its walls. One blast opened an internal reservoir, and a flood of blood-hot fluid swept dead organisms towards the breach. Thunderhawks hovered outside the torn hull under a storm of living ammunition. The last Ultramarines crossed into the gunships seconds before the crippled bioship began rupturing from within, its organs blooming into the void in vast, steaming clouds. The ground assault began before the boarding forces had fully cleared the fleet. Drop pods entered the atmosphere in fire, their ablative plating glowing while defensive organisms fired upwards through the clouds. Several vanished beneath intersecting bioplasma bursts. The survivors struck among Tyranid concentrations with the force of artillery shells. Restraints released. Doors blew outward. Intercessors emerged firing before the dust cleared, bolt rifles hammering gaunts into piles of broken chitin and burst organs. Vehicle-bearing dropcraft followed, disgorging repulsors and heavier armor, while Aemilia Minerva's defense auxilia descended into secured landing zones behind the Astartes spear point. They did not stand waiting for angels to win the planet for them. Mortal infantry spread into the breaches, heavy weapon teams establishing interlocking fields, while tanks pushed through agricultural causeways and artillery batteries began firing upon coordinates identified by ultramarine reconnaissance. The Astartes created ruptures. The auxilia widened them. When a synapse creature fell beneath concentrated plasma fire, Minerva's officers immediately pushed 2 infantry companies through the sudden disorder among the lesser organisms and retook an irrigation complex before the hive mind restored local control. Idorus became filthier with every hour. By the second day, Tyranid dead had accumulated deeply enough to change the terrain. Gaunt carcasses filled drainage channels and piled against barricades until following broods climbed over them. Heavy bolter fire pulverized those corpse ramps into slippery embankments of broken carapace and meat. Acid rain from ruptured organisms ate at armor paint and turned exposed human skin into blistered ruin. Medici stations overflowed with guardsmen suffering wounds that did not remain simple wounds. Parasitic organisms burrowed beneath flesh. Spores germinated inside lungs. One trooper arrived screaming with his forearm swollen twice its normal size. A surgeon cut into it, and a pale feeder creature burst from the incision, chewing through the medic's glove, before an orderly crushed it beneath a lasgun stock. Corpses could not simply be stacked for later burial. Flamers moved behind every reclaimed line, turning Xeno's bodies into greasy black ash, while smoke from burning protein rolled across fields that had once produced food for entire systems. By the third day, even Astartes' armor smelled of acid, propellant, and cooked alien flesh. Chainsword teeth were changed between engagements. Bolt magazines arrived from the landing zones by the crate and disappeared into the front within hours. The Tyranid Prime revealed itself near the center of a coordinated assault against an auxilia line already close to collapse. Titus saw the pattern before he saw the creature. Gaunts that had been attacking in crude waves suddenly shifted into converging movements. Warriors redirected broods towards heavy weapon nests. Ravenous organisms ignored exposed infantry to reach officers and Vox positions. "Synapse command ahead," Mataurus voxed. Titus's autosenses marked the towering prime through smoke, its armored form surrounded by warriors and lesser beasts. An artillery request would arrive too late. "Gadriel, hold this axis. Mataurus, keep the warriors occupied." Titus accelerated directly into the gap. His new captain's warplate took impacts across the chest and shoulders, the iron halo above his armor flaring with protective energy when a projectile struck hard enough to breach lesser defenses. He cut through a gaunt, drove a boot through another's thorax, and reached the prime as it turned towards him. The creature struck with a bone sword. Titus caught the blow upon his chainsword and felt the impact travel through both arms. The Tyranid was stronger than the lesser organisms surrounding it, and faster than its mass suggested. It attacked again, forcing Titus sideways, a second limb gouging a channel across his breastplate. Titus did not fight it for honor. Every second the creature lived, thousands of organisms around it received direction. He allowed the prime to commit to a killing stroke, stepped within the reach of the descending weapon, and drove the master-crafted chainsword beneath the junction of thorax and neck. Adamantine teeth shrieked against chitin, broke through and chewed into the synaptic tissue beneath. The prime convulsed. Titus forced the weapon deeper until its teeth erupted from the opposite side in a storm of dark blood and shredded nerve matter. He tore the blade sideways. The creature's upper body twisted almost free from the lower thorax. Around them, the attack changed instantly. Gaunts faltered. Some continued from momentum, others turned towards different impulses, and coordinated pressure against the auxiliary line disintegrated. Now, Titus voxed. Minerva's armor advanced through the opening. Battle cannon fire struck the surviving warriors. Infantry rose from trenches and fired disciplined volleys into suddenly disordered broods. Titus wrenched his chainsword from the prime's corpse and pointed towards the collapsing swarm. Advance. Do not give it time to recover. By the end of the third day, Idorus remained imperial. Purge teams burned the last concentrations, while Silver's surviving ships hunted crippled bioorganisms attempting to escape into the outer system. No one aboard the Righteous Fury called the campaign inexpensive. Titus stood before the fleet plots, while servitors processed Tyrannid movement records collected during the fighting. Mataurus watched the projection over his shoulder. Their withdrawal vector? Titus enlarged it. Not withdrawal. Approach. Lines appeared showing the route Leviathan had taken into the Heliodrus system. One inhabited world lay close enough to the swarm's passage that it should have been consumed before Idorus. The Tyrannids had not touched it. Nova Magna remained isolated beside the invasion route like an untouched organ inside a butchered body. Gadriel studied the map. Perhaps it lacked sufficient biomass. Mataurus shook his head. Titus had already reached the same conclusion. No, I served the Death Watch. Tyrannids do not ignore useful biomass without cause. He examined the missing approach vectors. They avoided it. Silence followed. Avoidance implied recognition of danger. The hive mind had encountered something upon Nova Magna, or sensed something beneath it, that made feeding elsewhere preferable. The Righteous Fury translated towards Nova Magna with weapons crude and boarding forces already assembled. Broken distress signals greeted them before stable planetary augurs did. Geothermal readings surged from regions where no natural activity should have existed. Electromagnetic anomalies crawled across the surface in patterns too regular to be geological. Titus stood with Silver, Gadriel and Mataurus when the first visual return resolved through interference. Something enormous was climbing away from the planet. The vessel was ancient, angular, and unmistakably alien, its black hull scarred by damage, while green energies flickered unevenly across wounded structures. Necron, Mataurus said. Silver's tactical officers began calculating firing solutions. It is not moving to engage, the Commodore reported. The Xenos ship continued accelerating away from Nova Magna, making no attempt to turn its strongest weapons towards the Imperial flotilla. It looked, Titus realized, less like a warship launching an attack than a wounded animal fleeing a fire. Silver glanced towards him. We can destroy it at range. Titus watched the Necron vessel run. No. The Commodore looked again at the display. Captain, if the Tyrannids avoided this world and the Necrons are abandoning it, I want to know what frightened both of them. Titus turned from the strategium. Servitors were already bringing his helm. Gadriel reached for his own weapon. Mataurus said nothing, merely followed. Intercept that vessel, Titus ordered. Prepare the boarding force. Beyond the armored viewports, the ancient ship fled from Nova Magna. The Righteous Fury began to hunt it. The Necron vessel did not turn to fight the righteous fury. That disturbed Titus more than any broadside could have done. The Xenos ship was a vast black wound against the stars, its angular hull crawling with failing emerald energies as Gaius Silver's cruisers closed around it and stripped away every viable escape vector. Necron warships did not flee mankind lightly. They possessed weapons capable of reducing Imperial hulls to incandescent wreckage from impossible distances, drives whose principles the Mechanicus still wrapped in layers of ignorance and theological conjecture, and bodies that regarded the vacuum of space with considerably less concern than anything living. Yet this vessel fled Nova Magna as though the planet behind it were more dangerous than the ultramarines ahead. Titus led the boarding force personally. Assault craft locked against a rent in the Xenos hull, while melter charges enlarged the breach, and the first intercessors entered beneath the green glare of luminescence that had no visible source. Gravity pulled sideways for 3 steps, vanished entirely, then returned hard enough to make even power-armored warriors adjust their footing. Corridors appeared straight through autosenses, yet seemed to curve when viewed with the naked eye. Black metal drank the light from lumen beams. "No pursuit," Gadriel voxed from behind Titus. Mataurus answered, "They are not defending the vessel. They are abandoning it." Titus raised his master-crafted chainsword as movement appeared at the end of the passage. "Then find out what made them afraid." Gauss fire answered him. The first green beam struck Brother Calvus across the left pauldron and did not explode. It unmade. Ceramite became glittering particulate matter, then the flesh beneath followed it, armor and muscle stripped away in luminous layers faster than the warrior could recoil. Calvus fired with his remaining arm until another beam crossed his torso and erased a widening trench through breastplate, fused ribs, and both hearts. He collapsed in pieces. The Ultramarines returned fire. Bolt rounds hammered Necron warriors backwards, detonating against metallic rib cages and blasting limbs from living metal bodies. A head vanished beneath 3 impacts, and its owner fell, only for emerald light to ripple through the ruin as severed components twitched towards one another. "Reanimation," Mataurus warned. Titus already knew. "Destroy the bodies completely." Plasma fire followed the bolters. Necrons melted beneath white heat. Gadriel drove his power weapon through a rising machine's thorax and split the mechanical spine before stamping the skull flat beneath his boot. What little resistance remained aboard the ship possessed the quality of an abandoned rearguard rather than a crew defending its vessel. Warriors appeared from side passages, fired until dismembered, and then tried to rise again. Canoptech constructs attacked without any effort to preserve themselves. No command protocol seemed intent upon victory. Everything aboard the vessel existed only to purchase more time for something elsewhere to escape. The boarding force found the relic within a chamber surrounded by dead Necrons. Its architecture resembled a sarcophagus, only in the most superficial sense, a prison or containment engine formed from interlocking black geometries that shifted whenever Titus looked away from their edges. Green light pulsed beneath its surface, in rhythms too slow to belong to machinery and too regular to belong to anything alive. Several Necron bodies lay around it, with limbs severed and thoraxes crushed, as though they had fought one another before the Imperial boarding began. Archmagos controvertant Witbor Oct arrived under Skitari guard once the compartment was secure. His robes dragged behind a body almost entirely surrendered to metal, and mechadendrites unfolded around the relic, while Oct did not tell Titus what else he believed. Years of studying forbidden Xenos mechanisms had carried the Archmagos beyond curiosity and into revelation of a kind Mars would have burned from him had the correct authorities learned its shape. He had followed traces of Citan worship, studied the entity whispered of as the Dragon of Mars, and concluded that the ancient star gods were not abominations opposed to the machine god, but manifestations of sacred mechanical divinity imprisoned by lesser minds. Where another tech priest saw blasphemous Xenos machinery, Oct saw fragments of a theology older than mankind. The sarcophagus aboard the fleeing Necron ship made dormant Binharic prayers race through his cogitators. He concealed them. His external vox emitted only appropriate catechisms of containment as servitors, and gravitic lifters moved the relic towards extraction. Titus ordered the vessel scuttled once everything of immediate value had been removed. Melter charges detonated within damaged systems, and Imperial ships opened fire from beyond the boarding craft's withdrawal path. The Necron hull broke apart beneath lance strikes, shards of black metal tumbling into the void. The relic descended towards Nova Magnor beneath Mechanicus' custody, and with it went the objective that had drawn Necrosor Amantar across the stars. Nova Magnor had another name beneath the one humanity had given it, Urshemek. The Sautek dynasty had claimed the world in an age when mankind's ancestors had not yet raised cities, and beneath the human hives, its tomb systems had slept through empires, extinctions, and 10,000 years of imperial ignorance. Now they were waking through the people built above them. Titus descended into the Iron Wilds with Gadriel and Mataris as Necron structures erupted from ground that had been mapped as geologically inert. Black pylons had punched through Hab districts, splitting apartment towers from foundations and impaling transit lines upon architecture older than the species screaming around it. Entire neighborhoods collapsed into widening fissures as tomb entrances unfolded from beneath foundations. Defense auxilia fought among tropical growth and shattered ferrocrete, while Gauss fire sliced through them. Titus saw a mortal trooper struck in the chest. The man's flak plate vanished first, then his uniform, then skin and muscle peeled from his ribs in luminous sheets. For an instant, he remained standing as a partial skeleton, with his heart exposed and still beating. Then the rest of him dissolved into incandescent dust. "Enemy line, 11 o'clock, Gadriel reported. The Ultramarines answered with bolter fire and pushed towards Obstinus Bastion through a world being murdered by its own buried past. Governor Adrika Gallo received Titus inside a command chamber that shook with distant impacts. She had slept little. Blood marked one sleeve, where a fragment had cut her during the bombardment, and half the hololithic stations around her showed districts no longer answering. "They came out of the earth everywhere," she said, after the formalities had been reduced to what war allowed. Battery stations, manufacturum sectors, beneath residential zones. Some structures destroyed buildings simply by emerging. We have lost contact with sections of First Brand and the outer settlements. Titus examined the planetary survey. Several Necron emergent sites pulsed red. One did not. Site Umbra. Gallo nodded. Largest complex identified. No meaningful Xenos deployment from it. No significant surface activity. Mataris studied the silence with evident distrust. Every other site awakens except the largest. Gallo looked at Titus. We considered that fortunate. Titus did not. He had spent too long learning enemies that used apparent weakness as concealment. A dead Tyrannid synapse beast could change an entire assault. An Eldari retreat could become an ambush. An empty tomb complex on a planet erupting with Necrons was not an absence of danger. It was unspent danger. If Umbra is dormant, Titus said, we destroy it before it wakes. The weapon assigned to that purpose was a vortex bomb, a device Titus regarded with the respect due to something designed not merely to explode, but to tear reality open. Tech priests accompanying the strike force performed the activation rites as the weapon was lowered into transport. Its detonation would not leave an ordinary crater. It would create a catastrophic wound into the immaterium capable of removing the central tomb architecture altogether. Titus's plan required no needless complexity. Descend before Site Umbra completed awakening, identify its structural heart, arm the vortex device, and withdraw. Thunderhawks carried the Ultramarines to the complex, while surface forces fixed other Necron concentrations in place. They expected resistance upon entry. They found massacre. Canoptek constructs lay broken across the first galleries, metallic limbs torn away, and carapaces crushed. Necron warriors remained inert against walls or sprawled upon floors, as though some violence had passed through them before the Ultramarines arrived. One scarab construct twitched beneath a fallen slab until Gadriel crushed it. Imperial forces did not do this, he said. Mataris crouched beside a Necron whose torso had been ripped apart rather than shot. No. Titus looked into the green-lit darkness ahead. Maintain formation. Something reached Umbra before us. They advanced deeper. The tomb swallowed Vox range with every chamber. Corridors opened into impossible expanses whose dimensions should not have fitted beneath the surface above. Monolithic structures disappeared upwards into darkness, while energy flowed through channels cut into obsidian floors. The dead continued. Destroyed Canoptek wraiths hung half-phased through walls. Necron bodies bore cuts made by hyperphase weapons. Titus realized they were looking not merely at a battle, but at Necrons killing Necrons. The strike force reached a vast central chamber, where dormant ranks covered stepped galleries around an immense nexus. The tech priests began examining positions for the bomb. Central energy convergence detected, one reported. Structural annihilation probability maximized if the device is seated beneath the primary. Light flowered behind him. A hex-marked destroyer stepped out of nothing. 6 weapons discharged almost together. The tech priest ceased to exist above the waist. Robes and mechanical organs blown across the vortex bomb in a spray of blood, cables, and sanctified oil. More blossoms of emerald light opened throughout the chamber. "Contact!" Titus roared. Enmitic fire screamed across the Ultramarines. A battle brother was struck repeatedly, his breastplate punctured in half a dozen places, before the force of the barrage threw him backwards, with pulverized organs leaking from the holes. Ophidian destroyers erupted from the floor, as if physical matter were no barrier at all, serpentine bodies coiling upward beneath Imperial formations. One appeared between 2 Marines, and opened the first from hip to shoulder with a hyperphase blade. The warrior's body separated inside his armor, intestines spilling between divided plates before the halves struck the floor. Lockhust destroyers rose into firing positions along distant galleries, their heavy weapons turning open ground into execution lanes. Then, Scorpex charged. Their bladed limbs met chainswords and power weapons in a storm of sparks. Ultramarine formation discipline did not collapse from fear. It fractured because every form of destroyer attacking them demanded a different response at once. "Close on the bomb," Titus ordered. Gadriel planted the company standard beside the tech priests and fired into an Ophidian, forcing its way through the floor. Mataris coordinated the right flank, shifting intercessors behind a broken tomb structure, before a Lockhust volley erased their former position. Bolters hammered constantly. Destroyed Necrons fell and began reanimating where they lay, living metal crawling back across shattered bodies. "Burn the downed machines," Mataris voxed. Plasma fire reduced one Scorpec to molten ruin. A second rose after losing half its head and drove a blade through an Ultramarine's abdomen. Titus cut it apart at the waist. Warning icons multiplied across his display as the strike force forced itself meter by meter towards the center. The tech priests reached the vortex bomb and began the activation sequence. Then, something beneath the chamber moved. The floor split. Necrosor Amantar emerged through solid blackstone as though rising through water. Its serpentine lower form carried a torso redesigned across centuries for one function alone. Bladed limbs unfolded around it. Enmitic projectors glowed with contained annihilation. The Unmaker Gauntlet was immense enough to close around an Astartes whole. What made Titus hesitate for the fraction of a second necessary to reassess was not the monster's shape, but its eyes. There was intelligence there, not the failing cognition of a corrupted machine, nor the feral obsession of an ordinary destroyer, but a predator, assessing which deaths mattered first. Amantar ignored Titus. Its gaze settled upon the tech priests operating the bomb. "Protect the adepts," Titus shouted. Amantar vanished. It emerged from reality itself beside the vortex device. The first tech priest died beneath a bladed limb that cut through augmetics, ribs, and spine. The second fired a laslock into Amantar's face. The Necrosaur seized him in the Unmaker gauntlet. Metal fingers closed. The priest's augmented ribcage collapsed with an audible crunch, machinery and organs forced together until blood erupted through his respirator grill. Amantar cast the broken body aside. The final adept attempted to reach the activation console. Enmitic fire struck him across the back and disintegrated robes, flesh and mechanical implants into a drifting cloud. Titus charged. Amantar turned to meet him with a speed grotesquely disproportionate to its size. Their weapons struck. Titus's chainsword screamed against Necrodermis and was hurled aside hard enough to wrench his shoulder. Amantar's voice reached him not through air alone, but through vox and armor systems simultaneously, cold and lucid beneath layers of mechanical distortion. Organic persistence recorded. Correction follows. The dormant necrons throughout the chamber began to rise. Titus understood the battle had ended before all his warriors did. The tech priests were dead. No surviving Marine possessed the knowledge to complete the vortex bomb's activation safely. The bodies they had passed on the way inside had not been corpses. They were reserves. Amantar's presence seemed to drag murderous purpose back into them. Green eyes ignited by the 100. "Withdraw," Titus ordered. Gadriel struck down a reanimating warrior. "Captain, the device cannot be armed. Withdraw." The order cost Squad Gaius its life. The squad formed across a narrowing access route, while the surviving force dragged wounded brothers by armor harnesses towards the outer passages. Destroyers came after them. Bolt magazines ran dry. Pistols replaced rifles. A Scorpec caught Brother Maxentius from behind and opened his power pack and spine together. Coolant, blood and spinal fluid sprayed across the retreating warriors. Another wounded Marine had one leg reduced to stripped bone by gorse fire and was dragged onward while firing backwards from the ground. Squad Gaius held. One by one their life runes disappeared. Their sergeant's last transmission consisted only of firing coordinates and the words, "Go, Captain." Titus went, because staying would have made their deaths meaningless. They reached the surface beneath a sky no longer belonging wholly to mankind. Thunderhawks descended under fire as reports overwhelmed Titus's vox. Destroyer formations were erupting across Nova Magna. Imperial positions that had held hours earlier were vanishing. Commodore Silva requested permission for orbital bombardment. Emilia Minerva's reported auxiliary lines collapsing beneath attacks from machines that refused to remain dead. Then, another transmission arrived from a surviving officer, distorted by terror. Unknown entity advancing through the Western Defense Zone, humanoid configuration, colossal, black, robes, possibly Necrodermis. Emperor preserve us, it has a scythe. Men are dying without being struck. It is taking something from them. Titus stopped at the Thunderhawk ramp and looked towards First Brand. Archmagos Oct had taken the captured relic there. Behind Titus, Sight Umbra pulsed with awakening green light. Before him, an imperial world was coming apart beneath legions of destroyers, and somewhere amid them walked the shape of death remembered by species older than mankind. The damaged Necron vessel had never been attacking Nova Magna. It had been trying to escape. And Titus had carried what it was, fleeing back to the world. Nova Magna had passed beyond the stage at which victory could be measured by possession of cities. The planet had become a geography of interruptions. Imperial bastions surrounded by territories where the Earth itself belonged to the enemy. Orbital fire corridors that existed only until another. Blackstone pylon rose through the crust. Supply lines that vanished into tomb entrances opened beneath roads laid centuries after the things below had gone to sleep. From the bridge of the righteous fury, Commodore Gaius Silva watched targeting solutions die almost as quickly as his gunnery officers created them. Macro cannon batteries could erase a destroyer concentration when Auspex returned a stable fix, but Necron structures shifted energy through subterranean networks and generated interference that turned precise bombardment into the risk of exterminating the very Imperial formations he was trying to preserve. Silva took the shots he could. When a mass of Lockhus destroyers broke through an auxilia line east of Obstinus, the righteous fury fired a controlled orbital salvo that struck with the violence of a falling mountain. Kilometers of ground became incandescent. Necrons vanished inside expanding columns of molten stone, and thousands of human defenders died anyway when the shock front reached trenches too close to evacuate. Silva stared at the casualty projection and did not apologize. "Better 3 regiments than the continent," he said. Below, green fire continued moving through the smoke. Titus rejected evacuation before Silva could formally suggest it. The Master of the Watch stood inside a command chamber beneath Obstinus, while the bastion shook from impacts, and Governor Adrika Gallo listened with the expression of a woman who had already watched too much of her world disappear. "We can preserve the Second Company and establish a quarantine from orbit," Silva said over the hololithic link. "Preserve what?" Titus asked. "Our ships, our armor, our gene seed. We came here under Guilliman's decree. Nova Magna accepted the protection of Greater Ultramar. If we abandon the planet when the true enemy emerges, every governor from here to the edge of Vespator will remember it." Gallo looked at him. "You would hold this world for reputation?" Titus met her gaze. "For legitimacy. A realm exists because those inside its borders believe its strength will answer when called. Lose that belief, and the reclamation becomes conquest without loyalty." Mataras stood beside him, ancient even by Astartes' reckoning, and gave the smallest nod. Gadriel checked the ammunition count on his weapon. Titus pointed to the surviving Imperial zones. "We do not save all of Nova Magna today. We save enough that tomorrow still belongs to us." The thing moving west of First Brand made even that objective uncertain. The Citan shard manifested as a colossal outline beneath robes that behaved less like fabric than condensed absence, a scythe carried in hands whose proportions made battle tanks resemble toys. Mortal soldiers called it the Nightbringer because ancestral terror had preserved the name even where knowledge had decayed. Repulsor formations were thrown against it because no lesser force could remain near the entity long enough to matter. Heavy laser destroyers and onslaught weapons hammered the Necrons escorting it, blasting warriors into molten fragments and tearing destroyers from their gravitic platforms. Stormhawk interceptors screamed overhead, strafing escort columns before climbing through Gauss fire. None treated the shard itself as an ordinary target. Every strike against it distorted light and space around its body, yet it continued walking. Men died simply from proximity. One auxilia company broke before the entity reached weapons range because soldiers began clutching their chests, convinced they could feel their lives being pulled from them. Some collapsed with faces aged decades in seconds. Others were found shriveled inside intact armor. Ground crews servicing a repulsor squadron near its advance died without wounds at all, skin gray and mouths open as if something had emptied them from inside. The discovery that changed Titus's strategy came from the tomb network schemata recovered during the first assault. Site Umbra was not isolated. The principal Necron complexes were linked beneath the planet through routes that did not correspond cleanly to physical distance, but enough conventional infrastructure remained between them to form a navigable chain. The vortex bomb abandoned inside Umbra still existed. More importantly, the enemy appeared to assume the failed strike had ended the threat. Titus gathered Mataras, Gadriel, Tech Marine support, and the Redemptor dreadnought Polyadrus around a projection of the subterranean system. "We cannot approach Umbra from the surface again," Gadriel said. "Correct." Titus indicated a secondary tomb complex west of the original assault corridor. "We enter here, fight laterally through the network, reach the bomb from below." Mataris examined the distances. "They will know we are coming." Titus looked at him. "Then surprise is irrelevant." The tech marine beside Polyadrus emitted a Binharic pulse and translated it through his helm grill. "Vortex weapon integrity remains unknown." "Can you arm it?" Titus asked. "If its containment mechanism survives." Titus closed the hololith. "Then that is enough." While the Ultramarines descended, Necrosaur Amantar turned almost every available destroyer formation towards First Brand. The Necrosaur did not conceive of the assault as conquest. Cities were transient arrangements of organic infestation. Their destruction possessed no value, except insofar as it removed obstacles between Amantar and the imprisoned Shard. Witbor Oct had already done more to weaken those obstacles than any Necron commander could have expected. The Archmagos had delayed warnings, misdirected Mechanicus reserves, and tampered with First Brand's defensive coordination, because devotion had eaten through whatever distinction remained between scholarship and treason. He believed the power inside the recovered containment device to be a revelation. When Governor Gallo's officers demanded the Forge Shrine release its Skitari cohorts to reinforce the outer wall, Oct transmitted procedural objections until the request became useless. When targeting adepts attempted to align batteries upon approaching destroyers, data corruption appeared in systems he had personally authorized for maintenance. He told himself he was protecting sacred knowledge from ignorant destruction. The lie survived until Doomsday Arcfire struck the city. First Brand disappeared by districts. Green lances crossed kilometers of air and struck defense towers hard enough to vaporize their upper structures. Shockwaves smashed windows across hab blocks already packed with refugees. Necron warriors advanced behind destroyer elements, while auxiliary artillery fired until barrel linings glowed. Lehman Russ squadrons held road junctions beneath gorse fire that stripped armor plating away in shining layers. One tank continued firing after half its hull had been reduced to exposed interior, the loader standing inside with both legs burned to bone while he forced another shell into the breach. A gorse beam crossed the turret and removed him from the waist upward. His blood struck the commander's face. The tank fired once more before its ammunition ignited and blew the turret into the air. Governor Gallo remained in the First Brand Command Nexus until communication with 3/4 of the city's outer defense vanished. "All formations fall back to the inner industrial ring," she ordered. An officer told her there was no complete route remaining. "Then use incomplete ones." The Baneblade Resolute Vow became the center of that retreat. The super-heavy tank rolled through a boulevard choked with wreckage, its enormous tracks crushing Necron bodies that attempted to reassemble beneath it. The main cannon fired and erased a corridor through a destroyer formation, hurling metal limbs across the avenue. Lascannons burned into doomsday constructs. Heavy bolters reduced warriors to fragments faster than reanimation protocols could initially restore them. Mortal infantry rallied around the tank because anything that large looked immortal until the enemy demonstrated otherwise. A Lockhurst shot stripped armor from the left flank. A second opened the sponson and killed everyone inside. The Resolute Vow continued advancing, with crewmen dragging burning comrades away from ruptured ammunition feeds. Then, Skorpek destroyers reached the tracks. Hyperphase blades cut through drive housings. The tanks slewed sideways. One destroyer climbed onto the hull, while stubber fire hammered uselessly against its necrodermis. It drove both blades through the turret roof. Inside, the commander fired his pistol upward until a blade came through his chest and split his sternum. The Baneblade's internal fire suppression failed. Promethium and propellant ignited together. Crewmen burned alive inside a machine whose armored hatches had warped shut. Their screams transmitted across the command channel until the ammunition detonated and erased them. Amantar. Entered first brand, through the breach, their deaths had failed to close. Witbor Oct waited inside the forged shrine, surrounded by incense, containment seals, and the prayers he had prepared for a god that had never asked to be worshipped by him. The Archmagos mechadendrites trembled as the Necrosaur approached. "I preserved the shard," Oct said. His voice carried reverence beneath mechanical distortion. "I prevented its destruction. The revelation within belongs to the sacred continuity of the machine god." Amantar regarded him for a span of seconds that was almost contemptuous. Organic delusion identified. Octi's optical arrays widened. "I served." The Unmaker gauntlet closed around him. Augmetic ribs folded. Internal machinery ruptured. Flesh squeezed between metal plates in ropes of blood. Octi attempted to transmit Binharic supplication, while destroyers tore his lower body apart, but Amantar discarded him before the final sequence completed. The traitorous priest struck the floor in several pieces, sacred oils mixing with his blood. No revelation came. No god thanked him. Necron cryptex and specialized constructs moved to the containment device. Blackstone geometries opened under commands no human could have understood. Energy screamed through the chamber. The prison fractured. Darkness expanded from inside it, not the absence of illumination, but something with presence and hunger. The Nightbringer shard rose free. Every lumen in the forged shrine died. Shadows bent towards the entity, as if drawn into its gravity. Amantar lowered its bladed limbs in what, from another creature, might have resembled reverence. The destroyer cult had found the thing for which it had crossed worlds and butchered armies. First, Brand belonged to the dead. Far below, Titus's force paid for every chamber with armor and blood. Mataras held the rear whenever the Necrons attempted to close around them. Polyadrus made the tomb passages shake with each step, the Redemptor's weapons firing until sections of the walls ran molten. "Advance, sons of Guilliman," the dreadnought boomed through Vox amplifiers. "I have been dead longer than these machines have known our names, and still they bore me." A Lockhurst volley struck his sarcophagus housing and peeled armor from the chassis. Polyadrus answered with enough fire to reduce the attacker to incandescent fragments. Tech Marines worked ahead, reading energy flows and translating the tomb's incomprehensible geometry into routes Titus could use. They finally reached the chamber beneath Site Umbra and found the vortex bomb where they had abandoned it, surrounded by Necrons already awakening to the intrusion. The counterattack came before the Tech Marines finished connecting to the weapon. Scorpex crashed into the ultramarine perimeter. Gadriel killed the first with a power strike through the neck, then a second came beneath his guard. Its blade entered below the breastplate and tore upward. Ceramite split. Blood and fragments of implanted organ tissue burst across the Necron's arm. Gadriel fell to one knee. Titus saw the life rune falter. Command logic told him the vortex bomb mattered more than one warrior. Memory showed him Lucian Trajan lying dead on Beta Arcturus because a captain had refused to leave Leandros. Titus made the decision in less than a heartbeat. He crossed the chamber, fired into the Scorpex head, and drove his chainsword through its spine. The weapon screamed against living metal until the destroyer collapsed. Titus seized Gadriel by the armor harness and dragged him behind Polyadrus. "I can stand," Gadriel growled. "Then do so after you stop bleeding." An apothecary clamped emergency seals across the wound while Titus returned to the line. Nemesaur Anhutek waited there. She emerged through emerald light with the bearing of a commander rather than a berserker, her necrodermis form ornamented with the symbols of authority belonging to an age when mankind had not yet existed. "You persist beyond utility," she said. Titus raised his chainsword. "I have heard that before." Anhutek attacked with disciplined precision. Her weapon cut where destroyers hacked, testing angles and exploiting every weakness in Titus's damaged armor. He gave ground, parried, and refused the instinct to answer elegance with elegance. She had lived too long, and fought too many battles for him to defeat her by matching skill alone. When she committed to a thrust intended to pierce his secondary heart, Titus let the blade score his plate, trapped the weapon beneath his arm, and fired his bolt pistol directly into her torso. Explosions cracked the necrodermis. She released the blade and struck him across the helm hard enough to fracture one lens. Titus drove his chainsword into the damage already opened by the bolts. Teeth caught, shrieked, and then bit. He forced the weapon through her chest until green light erupted from the wound. Anhutek's body collapsed in pieces. Mataras looked towards the fragments. Dead? Titus saw the emerald energy already leaving them. No. Somewhere beyond the chamber, Anhutek's consciousness fled towards a reanimation sarcophagus prepared to receive what remained of her identity. Killing the body had purchased time. Nothing more. Captain, the lead tech marine called. The vortex device is receptive. Titus reached the bomb. Rites became actions measured in seconds. Sacred seals were broken. Containment systems activated. Warning sigils turned from amber to red. The tech marine looked at him. Once initiated, recovery is impossible. Initiate. The machine began to scream. Titus ordered retreat. Polyadrus remained behind for the first 30 seconds, his redemptor frame blocking the approach, while Gauss beams and hyperphase blades tore at him. Mataras finally demanded the dreadnought withdraw. I have withdrawn from better tombs than this, Polyadrus answered, reversing through the corridor while firing. They ran, the tomb around them distorted, as the vortex weapon reached critical state. Green light became white, white became black. Sight Umbra vanished. There was no ordinary explosion. Reality opened and swallowed architecture, necrons, energy conduits, and kilometers of buried infrastructure into a wound that existed for moments and felt eternal. Tomb galleries folded towards absence. Blackstone pylons on the surface cracked simultaneously. Entire destroyer formations froze as command and transit networks collapsed. First Brand's surviving defenders saw the earth split beneath Necron lines and understood only that something below had died violently enough to wound the world. It was not enough to win Nova Magna. First Brand had fallen. Obstinus was lost. Vast regions belonged to the Necrons, and the Nightbringer Shard was no longer imprisoned. Amantar departed with its prize before Imperial forces could close the remaining routes. Yet the destruction of Sight Umbra shattered a major portion of the tomb network and preserved enough Imperial territory for the surviving armies to regroup. Nova Magna remained contested rather than surrendered. Aboard the Righteous Fury, Titus stood before the hololithic map once more. Hundreds of worlds remained unsecured. 4 great fronts still burned. Astropathic distress runes multiplied, while Cornelius's exhausted choir dragged messages through the warp. Silver's fleet required repair. The Auxilia required replacements. Gadriel lived, though Medici intervention had left him sealed inside recovery systems. Mataras stood at Titus's side in armor blackened by tomb dust. No one spoke of victory. Titus watched another distress rune appear. Plot the next translation. The 500 worlds were not a kingdom recovered. They were a war that had only begun.